everybody. Welcome. Ooh. Hello, can you guys hear me? Welcome. Come on in, everyone. Bum, 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 bum. Ba, ba, da, ba, da, ba. Morning, everybody. Welcome. Salam. Kia ora. Kia ora, folks. Welcome in. We are live. We are so live. Yo, Prof, Leah, Baby Walk, welcome. Juju's, Palestinian, Revolt, Callum. Oh, welcome everybody. Salam. Let's fucking go. I don't have to deal with coyotes to get to my car today, and I have weed. Shit. Wow. There's a lot going on in your life. Valkurna, welcome. Oh, sorry. Valkorunka. Oh my gosh, have I been saying your name wrong this whole time? Valkorunka? Hello. Welcome, everybody. I'm so sorry. I don't know why. I just missed it. Hey Faye, welcome everybody. Oh my gosh, today we're gonna have kind of a chill stream. I've got a couple of docos to watch. I'm a little bit all wore out, you know. Today I spent time with family. Made a bit of a video. Made a video about reparations. And posted it on YouTube. But I'm keen to have a pretty chill one today, just because one, I haven't had time to organize the live like I do daily, because I just haven't been at the computer. But you know, that's a good thing, because we're gonna have a chill stream, unstructured, and we're just gonna learn. There's a couple of good docos I found. Yo, S, welcome. You made a video today too? Nice, Jujus. Good on you. I work into late night, early morning on the outskirts of Phoenix. The lights in the parking lot don't work, so sometimes we have coyotes in the parking lot. Oh my goodness. Happy early Father's Day. Is it Father's Day? On Sunday? Is it Father's Day? Okay, if you guys don't know that joke, I don't think it's Father's Day in Aotearoa, but I'll take it. Hold up. So this is the joke that I just was talking about. Father's Day. What day is Father's Day? Are you guys ready? This is a classic Kiwi
reverse trivia.
Classic Kiwiana, everybody.
Fair reverse trivia. Answer tonight, Sunday. What do you reckon the question might be?
Father's Day.
What about Father's?
Father's Day is on Sunday.
Yeah, but what's the question?
Oh. No, I don't know.
Oh, you're close. I just need the question.
Oh.
Like,
I'm not too sure.
Like the answer's Sunday, but what would the question be?
All I know is Father's Day.
Yeah, you're kind of right. I just need to know the question.
Like, the 31st?
Yeah. I just need it in a question form, though. Like, as a question. Like, maybe, like, what day is Father's
Day? What day is Father's Day? Sunday.
Yeah, so what would the question be?
Father's Day is on Sunday.
Yeah, but if it was to be a question, it would be what day is Father's Day? So
what day is Father's Day, right?
Yeah, so the answer's Sunday.
Sunday.
What do you reckon the question might be?
What's the question, right? Oh, don't know.
You're 90% there. You need to give me the question. The answer.
Happy Father's Day.
No. If the answer's Sunday, the question needs to be, what day is Father's Day?
What day is Father's Day?
So if I ask you that, you give me that as the question, eh?
What day is Father's Day? Sunday.
Yep. So the answer's Sunday. What would the question be?
Father's Day.
Yeah.
See, I don't know.
No. But the question needs to be what day. The answer needs to be what day is Father's Day.
What day is Father's Day?
So if I'll say the answer's Sunday, and if you can say what day is Father's Day, that's what I need. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The answer's Sunday. What do you reckon the question might be?
Sunday.
What you need to say to me? What day is Father's Day?
Oh.
Okay.
Hey, Christy.
The answer's Sunday. What's the question?
What day is Father's Day?
You got it.
Yeah!
You've got it. We got pizza tonight from the.
Oh, nah, she wasn't.
There was certain
She was completely genuine. She got it. Hey, T-minus. Now put the bong down, lady. Hey, Jesse. What day is Father's Day? Father's Day's on Sunday. Oh, I need that. Voice clip.
Reopening the Strait of Hormuz.
Hey, Flashpoint South Africa, welcome. Guys, I've decided today we're just going to take a little break from the wars, and we're going to have kind of like a palate cleanser live. We're going to talk about assorted stuff. I just think it's a good day to I don't think it's relax, but I think just kind of consume some content that isn't that isn't just filled with sorrow and tragedy just for one day. We'll get back into it. I'm just keen to just have a bit of a community live, chill out, and we'll definitely come back to the wars, etc. Hold on, let me just sort this. We'll come back to all of that stuff. But for today, I think we can have a chill day. How do you guys feel about that? Is that all good? I know people come here expecting the news every day. Apologies if you are disappointed. So today was a good day. But yeah, look, I'm just keen to have a day where the community can chill once in a while. But thank you for being here, everybody. Today we're going to be watching the first documentary is Vice. Vice released a documentary a day ago. The Age of Disclosure. Who actually controls the UAP secrets? Oh, shit. It's pretty intense. UAP secrets, everybody. Let's go.
crafts that look like flying saucers. There's been orbs, aerospace vehicles that look like Tic Tacs.
You seem like a regular, sane person, and you make this documentary.
Age of Disclosure debuted at #1 on Amazon Prime.
The Age of Disclosure, really good. Can't recommend it enough.
The Age of Disclosure.
The Age of Disclosure.
The Age of
Hey,
Disclosure.
Truth Sensei.
What's the biggest surprise?
It surprised me how in sync everyone I talked to was, regardless of the fact that most of them didn't know each other.
Right.
They had different belief systems, but they all were saying the same thing.
So this Vice doco, I think, so hopefully it's referring to that UFO documents that were released, but I'm not sure.
All right, here we go. I'm very excited about this. I know when I'm excited about a podcast because I have too many questions, A, and I want to ask them all at the same time, B. So we're going to relax.
Cool.
We're going to go slow. We're here with Dan Farah, Hollywood producer, began your career as an assistant in ICM, made a film, very, very, very famous film, Ready Player One, with a very famous guy, Steven Spielberg. So you're like a success in Hollywood, and then you make one of the best documentaries of all time, #1 doc on Prime.
The American
shit.
people are ready
to receive the
Oh
truth.
my God, Rudolph, thank you. Hey, Coco Millie.
Humanity is not the only intelligence in the universe.
To distill it, because I've been following the sort of UAP, UFO, we're not alone thing. As a journalist,
When will I go back to the Epstein files? I don't know. Honestly, Sev, I have no clue.
I was a skeptic, and let's put some rigor into the study. And what I had a problem with, and this is why I like your film so much, what I had a problem with is not the facts, but the delivery of the facts. Everyone was crazy, or looked crazy, or was a wingnut.
Thank you so much,
And so
Rudolph.
the message was getting killed by the messengers. And then I watched your film, which is bipartisan. It has everybody. All the presidents, you have Obama, Clinton, Trump,
all
you
good
have
judges.
Rubio, you have pretty much every senator
Una.
and congressperson
Kia
on the
ora.
bipartisan committees for intelligence, and you have NSA directors, all saying
Thank you,
it's
Sam.
real. First of all, Dan Farah, thank you for being here. The film is The Age of Disclosure. I recommend everyone go see it.
Resolution
you can see it on Prime. It's
3379.
number one doc.
Resolution 3379 is the resolution about linking the two militaries, right? We've already spoken about it. We spent a whole segment of the live on it.
On Prime. Thanks for being here. Let's get into it.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Problem. Spielberg. You do a film with him, Ready Player One.
No, condemning Zio ideology. Oh, yeah. We've been through a lot of Zionist, unwrapping the history of Zionism. A lot of good content by Bess D. Marks as well about Zionism and the history of Zionism and the resistance, etc. We've done a lot, podcast. We've done a hell of a lot. You're talking about the UN resolution that condemns the Zionist ideology as racist, right? I think that's the one. Hey, Dia, welcome. Ready Player One was dope. Yeah, actually, guys, before we start this, hold on. I do have my doco, not my doco, but I do want to play this before we start. A little bit serious, but it's important. This is about. I know. I was saying. Oh, thank you so much, Rudolph. I know. I was saying. We'll do Assorted, but I think this is important. So, Barbados has just. Barbados just did a piece about reparations. And they're turning it into policy. I covered this story yesterday. They came up with a resolution, and Ghana had a three-day conference to talk about reparations. And today, or in the last 6 hours, that resolution was approved by the African Union and the Caribbean Community, CARICOM. And I think it's important just to go through this quickly. It's only a 6-minute video, okay? I've done a full breakdown of it. I want you guys to understand what's going on there, and then we'll move on to the doco. Let's understand this just quickly. Let's talk through it. Reparations are becoming policy. Barbados' Prime Minister has announced a manifesto for slavery reparations, and it goes beyond just apologies. The crimes against humanity perpetrated by European powers in the Caribbean are vast. Genocide, slavery, mass rape, all of this done under the umbrella of white supremacy. When you think of the scale of what Western Europe did to the world, an apology is nothing. The cost of these crimes are being quantified, and this is an example by the Prime Minister of Barbados. More than 20 million Africans were forcefully transported across the Atlantic. Women made up 30%, and records show that 1.2 million of these women experienced sexual violence. European powers involved in the slave trade have often used apology as a delay tactic. So the Caribbean community is demanding monetary compensation as reparations from enslaving nations, monarchies, churches, institutions, corporations, and families. This is no more about worthless apologies. It's time for Europe to pay out. Ghana hosted a conference with the Caribbean community and the African Union where Mia Mottley's push for reparatory justice was presented. Demands include debt relief, financial compensation, and formal apologies from all European states involved in the slave trade. The African Union and Caribbean community have joined forces. The Ghanaian president John Dramani Mahama told delegates, "None of us gathered in this hall today can be held personally responsible for the atrocities of the transatlantic slave trade. History does not ask us to inherit guilt, but it asks us to inherit responsibility." At the end of the 3 days in Ghana, the 19-point reparations plan has been endorsed. It calls for formal apologies, the establishment of a global reparations fund, comprehensive debt relief and cancellation for affected countries, reforms to international financial systems to ensure fairer representation, restitution of looted cultural property and ancestral remains. In addition to this, climate justice financing and steps to address the specific brutalities inflicted on African women and girls during slavery. It also urges African countries to grant right of return and citizenship pathways for diaspora Africans while committing to preserving the coastal forts and castles as memorials. Let's talk about Barbados for a second and why it's important. The Caribbean was one of the places where slavery, plantation wealth, European extraction, and racial capitalism were built into the economy. These things were the foundation of the modern Caribbean economy. So Barbados is a modern day case study. Barbados is basically saying that slavery created wealth for some countries, vulnerability for others, and the legacy has not disappeared when slavery ended. The plantation economy extracted labor, land, and life. Then Caribbean societies were left to build modern states on top of economies shaped by extraction. So when the Caribbean is talking about reparation, it's connecting historical violence to present-day debt, development limits, climate vulnerability, and global financial inequality. And this is exactly why powerful countries are uncomfortable. Basically, when reparations become policy, your apologies don't really matter that much anymore. It's about what these powerful countries are legally, financially, and institutionally responsible for. And you can see this nervousness from the UN resolution that passed in March. This UN General Assembly resolution passed with 123 votes in favor. 3 countries voted against, and those were the United States, Argentina, and Israel. But the more telling story comes from the countries that abstained. All EU members and Britain abstained. The EU and the US raised concerns about implying a hierarchy among crimes against humanity. I have always said this. European colonization was and still is the largest man-made human suffering ever. Nothing comes close. Reparations are becoming a part of the wider global South's demand. This is not about charity, folks. It's not about aid. It's about structural repair. It is about dismantling white supremacy and a 600-year-old project that is still a dominant force in geopolitics today. It is about creating an equitable world for all. This is a great opportunity for Europe to come to the table while its power is starting to recede. Approaching the world with empathy and a desire to fix the harms done will no doubt create a more equitable world. But right now, what the world is seeing from Europe is more of the same. Europe just passed a law to be able to create deportation hubs outside of its own borders. Europe and Western powers are creating the conditions for displacement around the world and then closing their borders. And as you can hear in this video, chanting "send them back" while doing it.
Adopted. The first reading of Parliament is closed. Okay, we move to the next item on the agenda, the report by Mrs. Brigmont on the EU-Pakistan Agreement modification of concessions on tariff rate quotes. Vote on consent by roll call vote. The vote is open.
These historic injustices are remembered. People know. Will the EU step up or continue on the path of racism and exploitation? Yes. I think this is quite a watershed moment. Like, policy about reparations are currently being implemented. If I could please ask people to share that would be great. Go to my YouTube channel. You'll find that video. It's called The West Doesn't Want This Reparations Plan. I'll share the link with you guys. Please share that video because I feel like not many people know about it. And it's important for people to understand. I can't handle it. I have to leave. What is it? Podcast. Please, guys, share it. This is yeah. I'm enjoying talking about these issues, so it's, I think, important for people to know. Not many people are talking about this at all. I don't understand Global South, but if these countries held responsible have the means to create foundational shifts for the poorer countries, wouldn't they want to do that for their own countries first? Yeah, but then that's just like you can't rape and pillage and create the means to enrich your country first and then act like the victims, right? The problem is, Excalibur, it doesn't matter how much money you have. The West is losing its dominance in the world right now. The world will be a multipolar world. It's already going that way. And the crimes of European colonization and white supremacy continue. And if there's no justice for those things, there's no equity. Justice is paramount. Justice is paramount. If whatever that justice is, the King of England still wears the Kohinoor diamond on his fucking silly hat, you know? So white supremacy, if we're going to dismantle white supremacy, it will be done through reparations. And it has to be done. I don't think the West is going to have a choice. Honestly, in like about a decade or two, I don't think the West is going to have a choice but to implement reparations if it wants to play in global, in the global sort of economy. In 20 years, white supremacy will be on the so I'm reading a book called White Fear. I posted it in Discord. Great book. You should look at it. By 2043, America will be majority non-white. America will be majority non-white. Even the countries that have been colonized are going to start being far more diverse in the way they vote. And that white supremacy, that power of whiteness will slowly start to fade. It is up to these nations to either step up and become part of a global structure with reparations, or it'll be tough, I think, for European nations and even for countries, North America. I think these nations that have looted the world there has to be justice. And if there isn't, we'll never have an equitable world for all. So this is a really, really big step. This is a big step. This is a very big step. One thing that this does include as well, like one thing that it includes is restitution and cultural return. This is so important. Yeah, but reparations for the war that just happened, Excalibur. It's not reparations for the harm done to Iran when they assassinated Mossadegh, though. I think it would be in the trillions. This is what white supremacy is doing. Like it's delaying it because it knows that it would be harder to form any sort of coherent message about reparations if they keep delaying it. But you can't just keep murdering millions of people and then playing the victim when people come to you for reparations. I just don't think that can happen. But I love this. I love what the Caribbean is doing here because there is a framework. There's a framework for reparations. I love it. This is how it should be. It should be a framework with real outcomes, with financial, not just some bullshit like apology. Who gives a fuck? But it has to be all of these things. Debt relief is a great way to do it. Financial reform of international systems like the IMF, which is extremely racist in the way it sees the world. All of these things are critical to have representation of the global population. Right now, it's just a white supremacist hellhole. So it needs to change, folks. That needs to change. Let's keep going. Please share that video. Thank you so much. And I'm happy to answer questions if you have them.
Then you do the age of disclosure, and that guy does disclosure day right around the same time.
I am much more inclined now than I was when I made Close Encounters to really believe that we're not the only intelligent civilization in the universe.
I think it's great. I think it's great. Yeah. So first off, I think he's the greatest filmmaker of all time, hands down, like indisputable, the greatest.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter though, right? The memo isn't going to stop that. White supremacy is going to be violent. That's the mode of operation for white supremacy and white fragility, actually. Nothing is going to stop whiteness from being violent. Nothing is going to stop whiteness from being violent. It's the way you operate. Whether this deal goes through or not, white supremacy is always going to be violent. So that comment you made, it doesn't matter. It's not dependent on that deal. The US will still bomb other countries. The EU will continue to steal from other nations. White supremacy is our operating model, bro. Dismantling it is going to be a huge, huge victory for equitable outcomes for all. How about Muslim supremacy? Bro, we've got a snowflake in the chat. Fucking hell, bro. Oh, these fucking people are so miserable. It's stupid.
Also, my interest in this topic comes from his work. So, like, I'm 46. My childhood was the 80s and 90s, and I grew up watching movies like Close Encounters and E.T. Close Encounters made the biggest impact on me. It's hands down my favorite film of all time. And it really, it captivated me. It made me interested about this topic. Made me think about those big questions like, are we alone in the universe? Does the U.S. government, in fact, know more about this topic than, pop culture suggests? What's the key thesis in Close Encounters, E.T., TV shows like X-Files, is that the government does, in fact, know more about this.
Reparations
keeps the truth from the public. I constantly wished someone would make a serious, sober doc about this topic and only interview people who have direct knowledge of it as a result of working for the U.S. government.
Right.
You know, because like you, I always felt like the coverage of this topic kind of fell short. You know, it wasn't the right.
Maybe he wants Shakira law, Rudolph. Is that what you mean? Maybe he wants some good old Shakira law. Hey, Michael, welcome. So the way I see, yeah, economic deterrence is an incredible thought there, Shadswalk. The reason why UN doesn't work is because the UN is there to keep the West, to protect the West from accountability. That's what the UN's there for. But if we truly had an equitable international legal system, then real sanctions could be implemented by this body. Right now, just passing resolutions, binding or non-binding, what can these organizations do? Nothing. They can't stop violence. And therefore, when we have an international system, that can take action against countries like Israel, America, the West, without having to, no, it's a punitive economic model as well, Excalibur. It's not just the thought shift. It's the fact that the world is changing. The world is changing faster than the West is understanding it. And whether the West likes it or not, there will be more equitable international legal systems. My thought is that before that comes into play, the West should be proactive. The West should be proactive and approach this moment with caution and empathy. Because right now, what the West is doing, people are going to remember this. There are far more people in the global South, Excalibur. That's what you need to understand. The West can't continue to conduct its way like it is at the moment. Because there will be a day when it switches over. And when it does, people may stop demanding equity and start asking for revenge. And that's not something I think anybody wants.
Right people talking about it. And even like the great docs made over the years, they would always have some weak link. They'd have somebody in there where just kind of like, okay, who's this knucklehead, right? Yeah. So I always wish something like that existed. And then years later, when I was working with him on Ready Player One, and I was on set and watching him direct in person, just a few feet away, watching him construct scenes and put a story together and do his thing. I was just super inspired to want to direct something after years of producing. And when I started thinking about what that would be, I kept coming back to this doc that I always wished existed. So that was sort of, simply put, there would be no Age of Disclosure without the age of Steven Spielberg. That's for sure.
This episode is sponsored by Lucy. Get 20% off your first order when you buy online at lucy.co. Having disclosures and having data dumps,
Yeah, the Security Council needs to be abolished. See, like this reparations thing, right? It went to the UN General Assembly. The UN General Assembly voted unanimous, in a vast majority for reparations. The countries that abstained were the Western nations. It's pretty easy to see who controls outcomes at the moment and who's reluctant to take a positive step about this, because they know the crimes committed are actually vast, right? And instead of playing the victim, the West should come to the table now. Because the global South isn't going to sit around and go, bro, we don't need it, like they need fucking permission, from the West. The global South is eventually going to go fuck yourself, like Iran did.
a lot of it heavily redacted, and we can get into what are they giving us.
Yeah.
But at least they're giving us something. And politicians are willing to go on the record. Like Rubio, I was very surprised, but like on the record, and which they haven't been because of this ridicule phenomenon, which I want to get into later. That's more let down the line. But how did you get some of the big names to come up and be public about that they know that these things are happening, that they're aware of the information, and to go on record?
Yeah, so when I first decided I wanted to try to make this film, a film that would be the most credible doc ever made on the topic, I got some introductions to a few intelligence officials who had worked on this topic for the U.S. government, and spent months getting to know them, earning their trust. Amongst those was Jay Stratton, who was the director of the U.S. government's UAP task force, the largest whole of government investigation ever of UAP and non-human intelligent life. And in these private meetings, I started sharing my vision for the age of disclosure. And I learned in those conversations that the reason people like Stratton or Rubio hadn't gone and spoken out about everything they legally could is simply they just didn't have, they never got presented the right forum to do it. None of them wanted to go and participate in some big streamer or movie studio's documentary because they knew it would be sensationalized. They would be intercut with random.
Excalibur, I think. I'm not sure whether you. The U.S. is the only country in the UN to not have ratified the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. Yeah. Same with the Cuba blockade. It's fucking stupid. Solving world hunger is the same thing. It's like making food a human right. The U.S. votes against it every single year. It's dumb. What the fuck is the point of the UN if one country can just do things unilaterally? It makes no sense. So as the U.S. is becoming a receding power, and as Europe is becoming a shrinking power, Europe shrinking faster than America for various reasons, I think you're going to see a global South bloc emerge that will demand a more equitable world. And either Western powers will start to prepare now, or Western powers will become insular and ultimately violence again, which is what white supremacy does. All it knows, all white supremacy as an ideology knows about how to solve a problem is through violence. Every single time there has been an issue, any threat to make white supremacy feel fragile, there's been violence. That's the only way white supremacy knows how to deal with any issue. That's the problem. We can't have unilateral powers like that anymore.
People, there's just so many ways that could go wrong for them, right? No one wanted to go on a single news program like a Fox or a CNN. The country's so bifurcated, and its point of views, like half the country watches one, half the country watches the other. Yeah. Also, at most, you're going to get 5 or 6 minutes. The anchor's not really going to have any real understanding of the situation. The conversation will be all over the place. It's a very difficult arena to present these ideas, this information. And so they just really didn't have a way to do it. On top of that, none of them wanted to be the one guy out on a limb saying these extraordinary things and being subject to the pushback and the ridicule, right? There's a very real disinformation campaign that has sort of ruled the day over the last 8 years. And anyone who sticks their head up and starts to tell the public the truth gets repercussions. A lot of these people have had their lives in danger. A lot of them have their careers ruined, their reputations ruined. So no one wanted to be the one guy on a limb being subject to that, right? And so when I started to learn the reasons why they had not stepped out the truth in the way that they could, I started presenting basically a solution to
that. We've got more snowflakes in the chat. Islam is violent Arab supremacy. Oh my God, bro. Oh my God.
I started to socialize in this community of people that I would make this movie completely independently. I would independently finance it. We'd make it in complete secrecy. Everyone would sign strict NDAs. I would make everyone who participates aware of who else is participating and what is being revealed. So there's no surprises. And we would keep it only people who have direct knowledge of this topic as a result of working for the U.S. government in some capacity, whether that's military, intelligence community, defense contractors. And so the bar would be there. They wouldn't have to worry about being intercut with some, dude from the History Channel. And no knock on the History Channel, but just this is a different thing, right?
Shout out to Ancient Aliens.
And it would be handled very seriously in an incredible fashion.
A fantastic job.
And so, thank you. And so basically that sort of game plan caught wind, and I started getting passed around, eventually to senior senators like Rubio and Rounds and Gillibrand and people from the White House National Security Council. And it started to build momentum. And then a really interesting thing happened. Like at a point in this process,
think of the millions of innocent people white supremacy had. Yeah, millions doesn't even cover it. Millions doesn't even cover it, it's hundreds of millions, if not a billion plus, because every single line that's been drawn on a map by Europe that is still being fought over today is also a crime against humanity by Europe. And those things, if you add all of that body count up, if you add all of that violence, all of that, funding by Europe and America and Canada, if you add all of that stuff up, it's just unthinkable what white supremacy has done to the world. Unfucking thinkable. It's just the way things have been, a dominant hegemonic structure. It's not just the way things have been. It's not just the way things have been. I'm sorry, but this is why I say European colonization was and still is the largest man-made human suffering ever. Nothing comes close. European colonization stands out above anything else. It was about extermination. You can't compare anything to European colonization. You can't. It is so huge, and it's still going today. And this is the bit that people try and use. I think this is a bit of white fragility, Excalibur, because what you're not willing to acknowledge, I think what you're not willing to acknowledge is just how huge, just how massive the whole thing was, and still is. And you can't just say this is how the world has always been. It's not like that, Excalibur. It's just not. The West abolished the transatlantic slave trade and the Arab trans-Saharans. Oh my gosh. This Pixel Time dude doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Remember, I gave you guys that checklist of white supremacist talking points, and this was on the checklist, is the West abolished transatlantic slave trade? No, bro, the West didn't abolish transatlantic slave trade. What the West did was, because black and brown people were rising up in the Caribbean, it made slavery less profitable. So they decided to remodel slavery to indentured labor. That isn't abolishing anything. That's just changing the model. In America, it became black codes in prison systems. And around the world, it became indentured labor. Didn't stop slavery. Modern slavery is a manifestation of the capitalist structure, which is European colonization and white supremacy. Like, slavery hasn't gone anywhere, buddy. The slavery hasn't gone anywhere. It's still here under the same system. The West just relabeled it, called it capitalism. Stupidity. Abolished slavery. What a fucking joke.
Essentially, my doc became the plan for disclosure. Wow. So people like Rubio, who were aware of a lot of information, and their teams around them decided the way he would bring about disclosure is by participating in this documentary. And everyone knew that this was going to take time to put together. You know, it made this over the course of a few years in secret.
Bro, in the Middle East, they still have slaves? Stacy, modern slavery generates $230 billion in profit every year. Modern slavery exists because of capitalism. Capitalism is European colonization and white supremacy. So please shut the fuck up. You don't know these things. You don't know these things. It's not in the West, dumbass, because who were the slaves? Were white people slaves? You're going to say, oh yeah, white people used to be slaves. They didn't. It was the Slavs. Western Europe has enslaved Eastern Europeans too. They're not considered white. That was in the West. Are you stupid? Learn your history, folks.
But everyone felt like, you know, it was worth, you know.
Okay, so how far do you want to go? Age of explorations, mid-1400s to 1700s, mid-1400s to today. Mid-1400s to today, Excalibur. Because that system hasn't ended. That system is still the operating system today.
Doing it right, taking the time to do it, and that this would be the way to bring about change. I was told early on that the release of the doc would be followed within a few months by a presidential action, and that's exactly what happened. The movie came out 11/21, November 21st, 2025, and on February 19th, Trump issued a...
Buddy, Slavic people were taken by Western Europe as well. Dipshit. Do you not understand how slavery worked? Slavic people were taken by Western Europe too. The Greeks took Slavic people. The Romans took Slavic people. What the fuck are you talking about?
Presidential directive instructing all federal agencies to identify evidence of UAP and non-human intelligent life and to declassify it. And this process got
They weren't. Slavic people weren't considered white, dipshit. They weren't. Then even today, Slavic people aren't considered white. I mean, 5 years ago, Polish people were shit on in Britain. These people aren't considered white. They don't fit nice and neatly into the structure of whiteness. India has 11 million in slavery. Modern slavery generates $230 billion in profit. Where do you think the money that these slaves generate goes, buddy? They don't fit into my lie? No. You read any fucking book about... There's a great book by... I'll show you which book you should read. I'll show you which book you should read to understand slavery in, like... the region which is now called Ukraine. You guys are just ignorant, bro. You don't know your history. You go and read fucking Elon tweets and think you know everything. Elon Musk doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, it's so dumb, bro. It's so fucking dumb. It's this book here. It's by a guy. Read this book, buddy. Read this book. It's called The Gates of Europe, The History of Ukraine. Go buy this book and read it, dumbass. It's not my narrative, fuckwit. Who else would have abolished slavery? Well, who created the fucking demand, idiot? Who created the demand for the transatlantic slave trade?
Got put in motion.
To go into the complexity and nuance of it, Rubio, when you're talking to him, says, you know, there's the government and there's the government. There's people who have had the job for 30 years. You know, they're bureaucrats that don't feel they've seen guys like me come and go, and they don't feel that I have the need to know. There's presidents, there's other people that have been told they don't have the need to know. It's literally the definition, not to add conspiracy onto conspiracy, but it's literally the definition of a deep state. It's like, look, there are people, there are career technocrats, bureaucrats who are just making these decisions. So people are like, well, if the government knows, why doesn't the government tell us?
Yeah.
And legacy.
Yeah, the Portuguese, go read. Gomez Enes de Zurara, another book that you should fucking read. I don't know if you read books, bro. I don't even know. Maybe you just read tweets. Maybe you just read tweets, and maybe you just read fucking Elon tweets, because you sound really uneducated. You sound really uneducated. Okay? So here's another book that you should look at. It's called Stamped from the Beginning. Okay? Understand that these things are super well documented.
Program, which starts as a CIA, Air Force, defense contractors. But and
the Department of Energy.
Well, I got that. See, I'm coming. But smartly, they do the Department of Energy. Why? Because they have all the Atomic Secret War Act things, so that they can keep it secret and they can keep this. So there's the government and the government. So you've got these four agencies. What does the legacy program do? What was it designed to do?
Vitingale.
Tell me the beginning of it, because it was the start.
Yeah, Britain didn't end slavery. Britain didn't end slavery. Britain rebranded slavery. The other one that I showed you guys was called The Story of Ukraine. Hold on. So this guy here, the guy who wrote this book about Ukraine. The guy who wrote this book about Ukraine, this book is all about trying to prove, the bullshit that Putin was saying about Ukraine, the gates of Europe. And this goes through the Dnipro area. This goes through Dnipro, and it talks about the enslavement of this whole region, the tribes. The tribes in the area of Dnipro, there were like many tribes. They were all enslaved. They were Slavs. And this goes through that history. Like, bro, these people are fucking idiots. They're trying to... There are white people in the world right now who are struggling to acknowledge what their ancestors did to the world. It's either struggling to acknowledge it or they're in denial. Okay? They don't want to do either. The quote I read today is very fucking important. The quote I read today is very important from the Ghanaian leader. Okay? So let me read it for you. None of us, this is when he was addressing the campaign yesterday. Addressing the conference, several leaders struck a conciliatory tone. None of us gathered in this hall today can be held personally responsible for the atrocities of the transatlantic slave trade, Ghana's president, John Dramani Mahama, told delegates. History doesn't ask us to inherit guilt, but it asks us to inherit responsibility. White people who don't understand this are the ones who go into chats and talk about Muslim supremacy or fucking black privilege or brown privilege or whatever. They don't want to take responsibility for it because they're like, oh, my, granddad did it, so why the fuck should I care?
part of the CIA and all
So a number of the interview subjects in my doc reveal that a program referred to as the Legacy Program has gate-kept this information for basically 80 years. And that program involves elements of the CIA. It's not the CIA as a whole. It's certain people within the CIA.
Bro, it's still not ended, Pixel Time. Are you not listening to what I'm saying? We still live in a European colonized world. We still live in a white supremacist world.
Elements within the Department of Energy, certain elements within the U.S. Air Force, and then private defense contractors. So that means companies like Lockheed Martin or Northrop Grumman. This program is, the people in my film explained, it's quarterbacked by the CIA. So they're like operational control. And all the other players serve certain purposes.
They didn't end it, Apothecary. That's the problem. People think they ended it. Okay, bro. Fuck. Do I have to show this fucking documentary to you guys as well? Like, well, hold on. We're going to watch this. We're going to watch this quickly because I feel like there are people in chat who are just saying dumb shit but actually don't know what the fuck is going on. Like, I've literally made a documentary about this. The truth is a stubborn thing, Pixel. White supremacy. The truth is a stubborn thing, and your fragility speaks volumes. Shut up and listen. White supremacy wasn't born overnight. It was engineered, chronicled, and financed by Europe's elite. A blueprint for domination that enslaved millions, starved millions more, and still shapes our world today.
They lived like beasts, without laws or religion.
Before the 15th century, people divided the world by faith, class, or empire, not race. A Muslim scholar in Timbuktu might outrank a European noble. Difference existed, but it wasn't fixed in skin.
The only difference between one man and another is knowledge.
This is on my YouTube channel, Apothecary, but we're watching this on Twitch and YouTube as well. That changed with Portugal's voyages. Prince Henry the Navigator bankrolled expeditions down Africa's coast to capture people and resources. His chronicler, Gomez Enes de Zurara, invented racial hierarchy to justify it. In 1453, he wrote of Africans as beasts without morals. This was propaganda, the birth of race as ideology. Zurara's invention wasn't just rhetoric, it was financed by Genoese bankers, Italian merchants, and the Portuguese crown. Whiteness became a political and economic strategy. Whiteness wasn't discovered, it was created, a collaboration between crown, church, and capital. Between 1525 and 1866, more than 12.5 million Africans were forced onto slave ships. At least 2 million died at sea. Why does that sound like me? Because I made this documentary. The Middle Passage was a floating prison. Each captive allotted less than 16 inches of space, shackled in filth.
The shrieks of the women and the groans of the dying rendered the whole scene of horror almost inconceivable.
I was soon put down on the deck, where I received such a salutation in my nostrils as I had never experienced in my life.
They used the whip so cruelly that I could never forget it.
Brazil imported over 4 million Africans. The Caribbean was built on sugar. In the US, cotton became king. By 1860, the value of enslaved black people exceeded all US banks, railroads, and factories combined. Slavery wasn't an accident.
Thank you,
It was the
Tracy Beto.
foundation of modern capitalism. Britain outlawed the slave trade in 1807, slavery in 1833.
Hey, Sev.
The US abolished slavery in 1865. These are told as moral triumphs, but they were economic strategies.
Slavery was not abolished because it was immoral, but because it was unprofitable.
By the 19th century, slavery faced revolts, falling profits, and new opportunities for exploitation through wage labor and colonial taxation. After abolition, Britain imported Indian and Chinese indentured laborers to plantations. In the US, black codes and convict leasing recreated slavery under new names. In Africa and Asia, colonial powers imposed forced labor systems. Exploitation never ended, it evolved. Abolition did not end slavery, it rebranded it. From 1885 to 1908, Leopold II ruled the Congo as his private rubber empire. Villages that failed quotas were burned. Soldiers cut off hands as proof. By some estimates, 10 million Congolese died.
I stand here with the hand and foot of my child, murdered because I failed to bring rubber.
In 1904, the Herero and Nama resisted German seizure. General Lothar von Trotha issued an extermination order. Every Herero will be shot. Survivors fled into the desert. Wells were poisoned. Those who returned were sent to Shark Island, where they were starved and used in medical experiments.
The Germans drove us into the desert. The sun burned our eyes. The wells were poisoned. We drank sand.
Between 1880 and 1920, up to 100 million Indians died in famines created by colonial policy. Grain was exported while villages starved. Railways carried food to Britain's empire.
Hello, welcome.
Relief was rationed through forced labor camps.
We broke stones for 12 hours a day for a handful of rice. Those too weak to work were left to die.
The mighty peril is the entire starvation of the country by foreign exploiters.
India wasn't developed by Britain. It was looted and starved. The Holocaust is often told as Europe's rupture.
Hey, Sarah.
But it was continuity. Hitler praised America's conquest of indigenous peoples. German lawyers studied Jim Crow laws for the Nuremberg Codes. Yet when Jews were deported, Europe looked away. The voices are, I generated them using a tool.
The American Union conquers with ruthless determination. It is to the Germans that America owes its existence.
I reported that Jews were being sent to their deaths. Allied leaders knew. They did not act.
Britain turned away the ship St. Louis. The US enforced strict quotas. Switzerland closed its borders. Soviet officials prioritized strategy over lives. The Allies fought for sovereignty, not for Jewish survival. You know that guy that's been posting dumb shit about white supremacy and racism in TikTok chat? Just said free Israel. He just said free Israel. They just said free Israel, bro. Every single fucking time. Every single time.
To admit large numbers of Jewish refugees would be politically impossible.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Listen to this. This is what America said when Jewish people were being exterminated by Germany. America knew. Europe knew what Germany was doing to the Jewish people. They knew about the Holocaust. They didn't join the war. They didn't join the war because of the Holocaust.
To admit large numbers of Jewish refugees would be politically impossible.
That was the U.S. State Department memo, 1940. 1940. When Jews were being exterminated already. This is what America was saying. The Holocaust was not rupture. It was Europe's colonial blueprint turned inward. Zionism predates World War II. In 1896, Theodor Herzl wrote The Jewish State, calling for the colonization of Palestine with European support. At the 1897 First Zionist Congress, leaders mapped a strategy of settlement and displacement.
We shall try to spirit the penniless population across the border.
In 1917, Britain issued the Balfour Declaration, promising a national home while ignoring the people who lived there. Palestinians were never consulted. Their existence was reimagined as a problem to be solved.
We are not consulted, but it is our land. We are told others have a right greater than our own.
Every native population resists colonists. Zionist colonization must either stop or proceed regardless of the native population.
Yeah, Pixel Time. Interesting that you said Jewish archaeology. Because that's why you didn't say Israeli archaeology. There were Palestinians who were Jewish as well, buddy. They're Jewish Palestinians before the state of Israel was created. It was the Jewish people who converted to Islam. It was Palestinian Jews converted to Islam. The people who are being bombed right now are descendants of Jews from that region. After the Holocaust, Europe sought absolution, not by integrating Jewish survivors, but by exporting them to Palestine. Palestinians were made to pay the price for Europe's crimes. In 1948, the Nakba displaced over 700,000 people. Villages were destroyed, erased from the map.
We left with nothing but the clothes we wore. Our village was erased.
The Nakba was not an accident. It was the colonial blueprint applied once more. British rule reshaped Indian society through census and racial theories. Communities were flattened into rigid categories. This colonial engineering became fertile ground for Hindutva. In 1923, V.D. Savarkar published Hindutva, Who is a Hindu? He borrowed from European racial nationalism, belonging defined by blood and soil. Muslims and Christians were cast as outsiders.
A Hindu means a person who regards this land as his fatherland as well as his holy land.
Savarkar admired Italy and Germany. The RSS modeled itself on European fascist militias. Hindutva was not ancient, it was modern, shaped by colonial powers it claimed to oppose.
When religion is used for political ends, it becomes a source of strife and reaction.
Hindutva is not India's tradition, it's Europe's gift, the blueprint of supremacy, transplanted and weaponized. White supremacy was not a belief. It was engineered as the world's operating system, and it still is. It enslaved millions, starved millions more, and justified extermination. From Africa to India, Auschwitz to Palestine, its blueprint still shapes who belongs and who is erased. The Congo, Namibia, India, the Holocaust, Palestine. Different times, different continents, one system. Supremacy without borders. In our next episode, we'll trace how Zionism reimagined Jewish identity into a settler colonial project, and how its logic continues in Palestine today. Okay, so I just want to say to you guys how insane it is when people come into the chat and fire off a bunch of stupid fucking talking points that are meant to whitewash history. It won't happen here. It won't happen in this community. It won't happen in this community. White supremacists, you will get called out in this community, and we will never take a backward step because you are being racist and whitewashing history. Okay? Go do that somewhere else. It won't work here. If you guys want, we can learn a little bit about Zionism too. Maybe if this idiot, Free Israel idiot, is gonna stick around. Control Alt Delete. Let me just play this because I think this will answer your question better. This is something I made today, and I think it's very important for people to understand why reparations are so important. Let me just chuck this on. Reparations are becoming policy. Barbados' Prime Minister has announced a manifesto for slavery reparations, and it goes beyond just apology. The crimes against humanity perpetrated by European powers in the Caribbean are vast. Genocide, slavery, mass rape, all of this done under the umbrella of white supremacy. When you think of the scale of what Western Europe did to the world, an apology is nothing. The cost of these crimes are being quantified, and this is an example by the Prime Minister of Barbados. More than 20 million Africans were forcefully What color are you, Pixel Time? What color are you? Transported across the Atlantic. Women made up 30%, and records show that 1.2 million of these women experienced sexual violence. European powers involved in the slave trade have often used apology as a delay tactic. So the Caribbean community is demanding monetary compensation as reparations from enslaving nations, monarchies, churches, institutions, corporations, and families. This is no more about worthless apologies. It's time for Europe to pay up. Ghana hosted a conference with the Caribbean community and the African Union, where Mia Mottley's push for reparatory justice was presented. Demands include debt relief, financial compensation, and formal apologies from all European states involved in the slave trade. The African Union and Caribbean community have joined forces. The Ghanaian president, John Dramani Mahama, told delegates, "None of us gathered in this hall today can be held personally responsible for the atrocities of the transatlantic slave trade. History does not ask us to inherit guilt, but it asks us to inherit responsibility." At the end of the 3 days in Ghana, the 19-point reparations plan has been endorsed. It calls for formal apologies, the establishment of a global reparations fund, comprehensive debt relief and cancellation for affected countries, reforms to international financial systems to ensure fairer representation, restitution of looted cultural property and ancestral remains. In addition to this, climate justice financing and steps to address the specific brutalities inflicted on African women and girls during slavery. It also... So this is the important thing. Control Alt Delete Capital. This framework, I think, is incredible because it has real actionable steps. And I'm all for frameworks like this. This is what I would say base level. It urges African countries to grant right of return and citizenship pathways for diaspora Africans while committing to preserving the coastal forts and castles as memorials. You know, I've always found that people who come in here with like all of this, oh, white people used to be enslaved and white people abolished slavery, they are the most who are embarrassed. They are the people who are most embarrassed to talk to identify themselves as who they are, because they know the history. That's why they know their guilt is so much stronger than their empathy, right? So they take it out on everybody else. They want people to forget so badly that they'll go on live chats on TikTok and talk shit. But it's that guilt, right? It's that guilt. They'll never tell you that they're white, but they'll still fucking hop on like douchebags. Let's talk about Barbados for a second and why it's important. The Caribbean was one of the places where slavery, plantation wealth, European extraction, and racial capitalism were built into the economy. These things were the foundation of the modern Caribbean economy. So Barbados is a modern day case study. Barbados is basically saying that slavery created wealth for some countries, vulnerability for others, and the legacy has not disappeared when slavery ended. The plantation economy extracted labor, land, and life. Then Caribbean societies were left to build modern states on top of economies shaped by extraction. So when the You don't feel guilty? Then was my assumption right or wrong, buddy? Identify yourself. You can see me on camera. Caribbean is talking about reparation. It's connecting historical violence to present-day debt, development limits, climate vulnerability, and global financial inequality. And this is exactly why powerful countries are uncomfortable. Basically, when reparations become policy, your apologies don't really matter that much anymore. It's about what these powerful countries... You're American of Scottish descent, so you're an immigrant. are legally, financially, and institutionally responsible for. And you can see this nervousness from the UN resolution that passed in March. This UN General Assembly resolution passed with 123 votes in favor. 3 countries voted against, and those were the United States, Argentina, and Israel. But the more telling story comes from the countries. No, I was born in America. Oh, shit! Next thing he's gonna tell me he's indigenous to the Americas, bro. Fuck these people, man. They're all the fucking same. They're all the fucking same. That abstained. All EU members and Britain abstained. The EU and the US raised concerns about implying a hierarchy among crimes against humanity. I have always said this. European colonization was and still is the largest man-made human suffering ever. Nothing comes close. Reparations are becoming a part of the wider global South's demand. This is not about charity, folks. It's not about aid. It's about structural repair. It is about dismantling white supremacy and a 600-year-old project that is still a dominant force in geopolitics today. It is about creating an equitable world for all. This is a great opportunity for Europe to come to the table while its power is starting to recede, approaching the world with empathy and a desire to fix the harms done. Oh, guys, we better put another line on that notch of white people calling brown people racist. White people calling me racist. Okay, bro. Will no doubt create a more equitable world. But right now, what the world is seeing from Europe is more of the same. Europe just passed a law to be able to create deportation hubs outside of its own borders. Europe and Western powers are creating the conditions for displacement around the world and then closing their borders. And as you can hear in this video, chanting, "Send them back," while doing it. Adopted. Never ever believe anybody that tells you Never ever believe anybody that tells you that racism or European colonization ended a while ago. Never ever believe it. Just watch this. This happened a couple of days ago. Never believe it. White supremacy is as real today as it was in the 1600s.
The first reading of Parliament is closed. Okay, we move to the next item on the agenda, the report by Mrs. Brigmont on the EU-Pakistan Agreement modification of concessions on tariff rate quotes. Vote on consent by roll call vote. The vote is open.
What those people are chanting is "send them back." Send them back. It's very real today. Since this idiot is from America, an immigrant in America on stolen land, let me point him to another book, another 2 books to read actually, which I think you'll find very helpful about your own history because you don't even fucking seem to know that. So there's this. You should read this. This is very good. This is very good, dude. It's called The Counter-Revolution of 1776, Slave Resistance and the Origin of the United States of America by Gerald Horne. Okay? And another book is this, which I am devouring right now on my Kindle. It's called White Fear. White Fear. Okay? White Fear. Write it down. White Fear. Go read it, and you're exactly the person, the psyche that's described in that book. You are that person, bro. These historic injustices are remembered. People know. Will the EU step up or continue on the path of racism and exploitation? You want me to be afraid? Bro, no, you are afraid. That's the point. Read the book. Do you keep a reading list somewhere? Yeah, I just download Kindle books, bro. I just download Kindle books and read them. Hey, Practical Magic. Oh my gosh. Honestly, like, Sorry when you said clear, articulable steps or something to that effect with regards to reparations. I didn't really find it at all specific, nor did I hear something about enforcement mechanisms. Yeah, Capital, what you're saying there is exactly what the West is saying, right? What white supremacy says. White supremacy will apologize, and then kick the can down the road so that it gets harder and harder. So let me go back to that slide. So a formal apology. Who gives a shit, really? Compensation and debt relief. So this compensation is calculated. For example, the British stole what in today's money would be around 60 trillion from India. And debt relief, I think, is a fair thing to ask. Global reparations fund, I think, is quite an important thing. It's a fund that is managed by a central body. It could be the UN, but the UN is too white supremacist, in my honest opinion. The UN is for the West, so I don't know if this will belong with the UN. Financial reform, I think it's a financial restructure. Like the IMF is still very, very white supremacist. Very white supremacist. And it's kind of like it needs to be completely reformed. Restitution and cultural return. Like there are have you been to the British Museum, Capital? It's pretty bad. They've stolen a lot of shit. Just, I think asking that to be returned is pretty okay. And climate justice and right of return, very simple. Climate justice and right of return is good because the West is the 95% of contributor to climate change. 95% of greenhouse gas emissions has come from the West. And the displacement being created right now in the global South because of what the West has done to the world, I think climate justice is very important. So in terms of all of this, these are just asks, right? So this will probably turn into a UN resolution and go from there. But in my honest opinion, what all of this needs to be structured with is a rebuild of our international justice system. Our international justice system is honestly not particularly something that's equitable at the moment. Like Lindsey Graham said, right? Lindsey Graham said that institutions like the ICC and ICJ were built for places like Africa and Vladimir Putin. You know? So yeah, the international justice system is just not particularly good, so it needs to be rebuilt. But let me just say, Capital, what you've just said there is exactly what Western leaders say. Because that's what they want to do, is to make this seem like too much of a big problem to solve. But it's not. It's not. There are guardrails, there are asks, and it's getting more formalized. So it's not like, 100%. It's not 100% obviously set in stone, but it's moving towards that way. And I think what you're asking for is, but again, my second question was more directed about how is this actually enforced? Yeah, I just told you. The problem is we don't have an international justice system that works. We don't have an international justice system that works. And America getting dicked by Iran is a good start. It'll probably be through violence, I think, because the West isn't going to give up power very easily. I think I think it'll probably be through slow economic degradation of the West and just growing power of the global South. I think that is the way we're going to get a more equitable international justice system. By no means is this something that's going to happen, say, by the end of this decade. This is a 2-3 decade timeline. But it's good to set a timeline now. Because before you know it, you're 2 or 3 decades down the line, and then you'll get the same shit. You'll get the same shit from, white supremacist governments saying, oh, we don't know what the details are. So why should we do this? How can this be enforced? Yeah, by a just and truly international justice system, an equitable justice system. The ICC and ICJ aren't it. So that's going to require building. That is going to require building. And even just speaking about a 19-point plan like this, all of those things are going to surface. All of those changes that need to happen are going to surface. So yeah, I mean, I don't think with the current model of the world we have, these things can be implemented. I'm not naive. I'm not naive to think that the UN or the EU or America will just not reform. I'm not talking about reform. I'm talking about a rebuild, capital. I'm talking about a rebuild. I'm not talking about reform. We don't want to reform white supremacist systems. We want to rebuild more equitable systems for all. Yeah, of course it's hard because white supremacy has murdered a lot of my ancestors to get here. They've murdered a lot of people. The West has murdered so many indigenous people around the world, tried to wipe them out. Of course it's going to be hard. It's going to take time. But we're fighting, bro. By 2043, America will be minority white. There'll be no majority race. So white supremacy is slowly but surely deprecating, right? It's being grandfathered. So it's important. And it's happening. It's going to happen in the UK too, because these fucking idiots aren't reading books.
So they explain that the Air Force is actually
some African countries are the ones maintaining Western white supremacy. Yeah, I agree. I mean, in South Africa right now, I think they're maintaining white supremacy for sure.
Sort of like in control of field operations, like doing actual retrievals of crashed UAP, the ET, traveling them back to wherever they store them, So if a UAP, a UFO crashes, it would be elements of the Air Force that go and retrieve it. They can also use other branches of the military special forces, like they could use a Navy SEAL team if they needed to. They retrieve this technology. And then the Department of Energy plays the role of, first off, they're the experts on anything that gives.
The thing also to understand, Capital, is that the West de-industrialized. The West completely de-industrialized after they implemented globalization. So the West is inherently dependent on the global South because they said, okay, we don't need to produce anything. Yeah. Nah, I get it. That's usually what white people say to me when I talk about this, it's because white people don't have skin in the game. Usually white people are like, yeah, this is not going to work. The pragmatic side of me is saying that this is not going to work because you don't have skin in the game. Your ancestors already stole and murdered so many people. Like, you've already got what you wanted. So let people with skin in the game sort it out,
off massive amounts of energy, but they also have a classification system that sits outside of the intelligence community's classification system, and basically just can allow them to keep secrets easier, right? And then defense contractors, they play the role of the reverse engineering work to try to reverse engineer this technology, because they've got all the best engineer, the private sector, the contractor world is where all the best engineers are, and the people who are, the best at identifying how this technology could work and then trying to reverse engineer it. So,
hey, Doug.
Rubio explains in the film how over the years, defense contractors have gotten a lot of control of this situation within that org chart, that organization known as the legacy.
Whiteness is basically trying to maintain status quo. Whiteness is starting to maintain status quo. Half of your family is from Africa. Like, where from Africa? Did your ancestors colonize Africa, or are you African? Like, are you black? Is that what you're telling me? Okay. You're from Burundi. Okay.
Program, because he breaks it down. He says, imagine you're a defense contractor and you're given some technology in the 40s that the government can't figure out. And
like, would you say you have white privilege, dude? Like, I'm asking you a question. Would you say you have white privilege?
There's a government overseer of this very secretive project to figure it out. The contractor stays constant. They keep working on it. That government overseer, he retires or he dies. Another guy comes in. He knows the project exists, but he doesn't know the real origin, backstory of the program. He doesn't know everything they've figured out. He's just aware it's there. Then that guy retires or dies, and then another guy comes in. Again, the contractor's staying constant. They're working away at this thing. Yeah. They're aware of all the information. But then the third overseer, he doesn't even know the project exists. Then you jump forward to 50, 60 years, and the people who are in the position, the elected position.
Why is it, people who come in with these questions can never ever just be straight up and say, yeah, I'm white, or no, my ethnicity is this, or like, why the hell can't they just say it? Why is it always a fucking guessing game? It's like a guess who game. Why are they so reluctant to say who they are, And they have these arguments, but they're so reluctant to just be straight up.
Positions of government oversight, right? They have absolutely no idea any of this even exists or did exist, right? And so he breaks this down. And the Rubio interview was a special one for me because, he really understood the full picture better than any elected official at the time. He was the vice chairman of the Senate Intelligence Committee. He and the rest of the committee had learned about the reality of the situation. They learned the extent of the cover-up.
They signed agreements that they would...
Yeah, communists don't say that now, Chrome Viper. Communists also don't say that, especially online. I've spoken to a lot of these communists who don't understand the role of white privilege and white supremacy in society.
Face jail time, or in some cases, some people claim it would cost them their lives if they spoke out about these things.
He really wanted to inform the public in the best way he could. And so the tone of his interview with me, it was very much like, let me tell you how the world works.
Even presidents have often been...
Belgium? No, bro, I live in Aotearoa.
And operating on a need-to-know basis. That's certainly true from a historic standpoint. The rationale, the justification was, the president shouldn't know about these things because that way the president always has deniability. All they need is a nod in this direction or in that direction. But that begins to ramp out of control. Frankly, I don't even know if the president would know who to ask. You could go to the director of the CIA. Nowadays, the the director of national intelligence, and ask them. And even that person may not know.
It's like, all right, kid, let me tell you the world works. And he's just very matter of fact. And he breaks down how, the truth is not only being kept from the public and Congress, but from sitting presidents. And he, as you mentioned earlier, he breaks down as how these career bureaucrats can sit there in these positions of power for 20, 30 years within like CIA or Department of Energy or the Air Force. They're unelected bureaucrats, and they can just gatekeep information, and they have this attitude of, well, we can just wait out any administration. So that's what's happening right now. Even following President Trump's directive, a lot of these federal agencies, they're not turning over the evidence they have, or they're just playing dumb and saying, oh, we don't know what you're talking about. There's no there.
Yeah, I liked one of your things, which is the Navy, and I've interviewed a couple of the pilots, but the Navy started having, we're having our pilots seeing these things, we're reporting them, we're recording them.
The controller told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. They're coming to bases, et cetera, et cetera. And the Air Force, because it's part of the thing, are like, oh, no, what are you talking about? We're not seeing any of that stuff. And the Navy has more and more and more. Various different groups are seeing more and more. And the Air Force is saying, oh, I have nothing to see.
And it's been that way for a long time. So one of the pieces of evidence that was actually released just last week, this past Friday, 4 days ago, was a memo from 1948, internal memo from the U.S. Navy, where the commander of all naval operations was essentially instructing the entire naval force.
I don't know what that means, Capital. Are you white or are you not, dude? Like, just yes or no. Like, what's your background? You said Africa. Like, it doesn't. You don't need to type a massive paragraph like that, buddy. Just be honest. Like, you can see me on camera, bro. You can see me on camera. Just be honest. Instead of making it a fucking puzzle, just be honest so we can have a conversation.
To be on the lookout for UAP, because there was an increase in flying saucer sightings at the time. And in the memo, it says that the head of naval operations is instructing everyone to report what they see, not up the naval chain of command, but to the Air Force. Right. And so you can just see how like the system was put in place where like, hey, we're controlling this situation.
Yeah, being from Burundi, you can still be like, are you like, is that indigenous to Burundi? Is that where your family are they indigenous to Burundi? Yes or no? Like, I don't fucking understand this. Why is this so hard, bro?
We'll message out to all the other branches of the military. We've got this, and then they can get the information and they can lock it down.
So there seems to be a sort of fight where some people are saying, hey, look, these UAPs exist. Now, let's get back to that. When we talk about...
Yeah, in the American census, Lebanese people are considered white.
About this stuff and the legacy program. This isn't like rumor, myth, and innuendo. These are the top government officials saying, yes, this exists, and yes, we have seen proof that this exists. I just want to be clear about that.
Yeah.
One of the reasons why it's happening now is people are saying, hey, our safety, our security, our sovereignty are being challenged by these entities that are UAPs they're not on any flight plan, they're not on anything. So we have to figure it out because, hey, this is a threat.
So notice how white, racist, and Zionists have to hide their identity now. Yeah, it's like I just want to have conversations like this in good faith. At least like a rabid racist like that Pixel Time guy. Like, I knew who he was. Even he tried to deny that he was white. He's like, oh, why are you assuming I'm white? And then proceeded to say I'm American and Scottish. It's not fucking hard, bro. It's not hard to tell, okay? But fuck. I feel like there are many people who they know their insecurities are showing. Yeah, exactly, dude. Like, bro, that's why like I'm proud to be on camera. Like they can see who I am. They come in with that heat because they know they can see it. They can see the brown skin. They'll immediately go, "Oh, that guy's Indian," or from Asia, so I can, say this racist shit to him. It's just like the same shit. Same stuff every time. The amount of people I've spoken to through this live, people who come in with, with good faith, people who come in wanting to have a good faith conversation versus those not, like you can tell like straight away. But some people I have been wrong, and not many, but I have been wrong in some cases. But those are rare. They're mostly Tutsi. Okay. So thinking about your family's history, I think especially for people like you, where, you have a few different backgrounds in your history, I think you should talk to your elders. If your background is Tutsi, go talk to the Tutsis, if you haven't already. Go speak to your elders. And I think getting an idea of what your family history, and I'm just saying this assuming that you haven't, because it just talking to you feels like, I'm talking to you, Capital, feels like you don't have skin in the game, right? Because people who have skin in the game, like indigenous people who've been oppressed by white supremacy and European colonization, have spent hundreds of years maintaining hope that one day they will get their freedom. So yeah, so what you need to understand is your history. What you need to understand are the people that you are related to. I'm sure people, Bulgarian people, they'd be more accessible than Tanzanian people or the Tutsis in America. Maybe not. I don't know. I'm assuming. But you should understand that history. You should understand the history of resistance. You should understand the history of survival at the hands of white supremacy. You should understand those things. Because in Aotearoa as well, there's a little bit like that, right? Because Aotearoa, Maori people have like European ancestry and they have Maori ancestry. So like, if I hear a Maori person talking about, oh, we should just move on from what happened, I always feel like they haven't spoken to their ancestors. They haven't spoken to their elders. Not their ancestors, their elders. People who understand what Maori people went through. Historically, like what the Maori struggle is all about. I always find that interesting. And once you learn about it, I think it will change your mind. I think it will stop making you feel like the problem is too hard. And it will start making your mindset about, well, it doesn't matter how hard it is, because this is what justice looks like. And that's the change in mind shift, which indigenous people in our world today have naturally, right? Because their struggle is inbuilt. Their struggle is inbuilt. They are so naturally sort of aligned to that struggle that their mindset is that way. Whereas when you're disconnected from your people, you lose that mindset. You lose it. That's when you can get indoctrinated. Yeah, because you were being very because you were, let me just put it this way, you were leaning on your Bulgarian side to have this conversation more than your Tanzanian side. That's what it felt like. It feels like I'm talking to a Bulgarian and not a Tutsi. But the solutions, I've just pointed the solutions out to you. It is about having those very, very tangible things implemented into international law. And because our justice systems, international justice systems, are driven by Western powers, it is going to take a multipolar world to do that. Right now, we have a white supremacist world, a world where wealth is concentrated in the West. Like, what are you looking for? Like, what do you want? Do you want a step-by-step answer? Like, what is it that you're looking for? Like a business case? I visited Boston for soccer. People are so welcoming. Yeah.
Sane, right?
Yeah.
That's a good reaction for our politicians. They are then met with this resistance, the ridicule, the legacy program. So there seems to be a sort of internal war going on. Maybe explain.
Yeah, 100%. There's a tug of war happening behind the scenes. There's a number of officials who have learned the truth and want to make it a national priority. Those people have made it a national priority. They want to keep it a national priority.
Is it streamed elsewhere?
They
Yes.
want to inform the public.
We're streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now.
Of the truth, right? Then there's people behind the scenes who are completely opposed to that. They think secrecy is the best path forward. They don't think the American public needs to know the full picture. They don't want to lose any control of the information they have now. You know, in that arena, power comes from control of information, and the people who have been gatekeeping this, they don't want to lose the control and power they have. There have been some people who have been involved in keeping the secret legitimately think the public can't handle the full truth. I think my documentary shows people can, right? People aren't watching this movie and jumping out of windows, losing their minds. It makes them more curious. They want to know more.
Why is that the side you lean on? Why can't you just why I feel like you studying law in the West and then wondering why reparations are hard is the question, is kind of unproductive. You can't refer to a Western system to solve a Western problem, because the West is building systems around itself to protect itself. So if you're studying in the West, you think reparations are easy? No, bro. What I'm telling you is that you are sitting within a system that is built to protect that system. It's like you're saying that reparations, I don't see how reparations will happen, because the solution holistically is tough, which is a rebuild of our international justice system and our international institutions. Because most of our international institutions were built after World War II, like the UN, like the IMF, the World Bank, etc. Until those institutions are reformed, as it says in the 19-point plan, then none of this is going to work. Built on bad faith, correct, they know. Yeah.
I think we can handle the truth. So I think that sort of like battle's being waged in small private rooms right now. And then, people tend to mistakenly view the government as like this big whole, you know, all is one, right? As if it moves in lockstep. It doesn't. Even with a presidential directive to identify this evidence and declassify it, all of these gatekeepers within all these different silos of the national security kingdom, you know, these like 19, 20 agencies, they're all their own little kingdoms, right? And within those kingdoms, there's different opinions too, you know? There's people who keep secrets from their own colleagues within these federal agencies. So the process of getting the biggest secret of all time out of each of these is complicated and challenging.
One thing I've learned about spending half my life in airports, hotels, and long drives is that everybody has some little ritual that gets them through the day. Lucy makes nicotine gum and pouches, and they've got everything from mint to mango to espresso and apple cider.
Yeah, but Capital, what you have to also understand is look at how the 19-point memorandum of understanding has worked, right? With Iran and the USA. Of course, it's a shit show, but they got the MOU agreed upon. You know, they both signed the MOU, and then now they're going into a 60-day conversation to talk about very, very hard issues. Like, these aren't easy, are they? But they're doing it. Do you think it was hard? Do you think it was a hard decision to give Jews who suffered the Holocaust Palestinian land? Do you think that was a hard thing to do? Of course it was hard, but they did it. Do you think it was tough to give Japanese people reparations after nuking them? Of course it was, but they did it. These are hard problems. But there are no easy solutions to them. But step by step is how you solve them. I think you're looking for a silver bullet. There's no silver bullets to this. And if you think there are silver bullets, then you have to explain the fucking MOU between Iran and US. Or you have to explain how the West decided partitioning Palestine was a good thing to do. You know, it's like, these are hard problems. But if unilaterally people can do things like partition Palestine, then unilaterally people can make decisions to unpartition Palestine. You know what I mean?
Whatever your preference is, they've got it covered. Now, I've checked out the gum recently, and one thing I liked is that the flavor actually sticks around.
And like this, am I screwing up your frame there?
So I'm getting ready right now to interview Dan Farah, who's the producer.
It's funny how reparations are the hard decision, but doing the damage is supposed to be the easy decision. It's like, okay, bro, if they can do the damage, they can reverse it. If you want to understand how, then look at any previous reparations that have been given, whether it's to the Jews who suffered the Holocaust, if it was reparations to the Herrera and Nama, which is also not great, by the way. The Herrera and Nama got like $1 billion from Europe. It's fuck all. It hasn't for the genocide that Germany enacted on the Herrera and Nama. Actually, that is a really good thing to look at. Namibia, Germany, reparations. There's a really good doco on it. Yeah, this one. Yeah. Hey, Lava, welcome. So this is an important watch, I think, for people like Capital. Yeah. Watch this. This is an example of of reparations for Namibians. Also, maybe we can learn about your ancestors too, the Tanzanians. Maybe we can learn about your ancestors too.
This area, there used to be a concentration camps where our ancestors were kept and were forced to work as slave labor.
Over 100 years ago, German colonial forces in Namibia systematically killed tens of thousands of Herero and Nama people, leaving a legacy of trauma, dispossession, and poverty.
By the way, the Herero and Nama were the first test subjects for the Germans. What do you call it? Their ovens. They tested those ovens well before they used them against the Jews, and it was actually the genocide of the Herero and Nama. Hold up, guys. I'm just going to use the bathroom quickly. I'll be back. But you should stick around, Capital, and watch this. It's quite good. Oh, hold up. I have to pause the live, TikTok. I have to pause the live. I'll be back, okay? Give me five minutes. I'll be back. I'm back. Let's go.
Bifula ungu bifula na viuri me simna si pehena sina virinji kapena sina wanasema eso genda ko skole poma eso kuria skole apiti muna ni kapena sina katiata kapena ye.
In 2021, the German government acknowledged responsibility for the atrocities, but the process of formal reconciliation has been difficult.
They have always shied away from even mentioning the word genocide.
Descendants of the victims say they've been excluded from negotiations. People in Power was there in 2021. 4 years later, the fight for recognition and reparations continues.
You see on the background over here, that's the Namib Desert. The sand will come and bury everything. But for some reason, the sand, the dunes refuse to bury these people because their spirits are strong and they want their story to be told. We are in the Swakopmund Cemetery. In my background is the people who died in the concentration camp.
In this desert and across Namibia, between 1904 and 1908, German colonial forces displaced and killed up to 80% of the Herero tribe, as many as 80,000 people. Other ethnic groups like the Nama and the San also suffered grievously at the hands of the colonizers. 10,000 Nama died, half their population, as well as an unknown number of San. This is widely considered as the first genocide of the 20th century. In many ways, Imperial Germany's treatment of the indigenous people of Namibia foreshadowed the barbarity of the Nazi Holocaust against the Jews and other groups during World War II.
This is why also I will always tell people to fuck off when they start talking about it wasn't 6 million people, or these real anti-Semites who come into the chat and try and downplay what happened in the Holocaust. Because the moment they downplay what happened in the Holocaust, they're downplaying the other Holocausts that have been carried out by European powers. When you minimize the Holocaust, you're minimizing the genocides and holocausts of so many other populations. Because the people who committed the Holocaust against the Jews are the same people from the same continent who murdered 100 million of my ancestors in 40 years. Are the same people who murdered 50 million Native Americans. Are the same people who murdered the Herero and Nama. Are the same people who murdered the Congolese people. Are the same people who enacted the transatlantic slavery. When you minimize one, you minimize all. Don't minimize them, because you open the door to minimize all these other things. Don't give these people the opportunity. Europe in particular is trying very hard to whitewash its history through Hitler. Right? Europe is putting Hitler on this pedestal of like evil of evils, because if people focus on Hitler and, Hitler having done the worst crime in history, then, all these other things that Europe did will seem, people may forget about it, which is what Europe is hoping, because they don't want to pay reparations. They don't want to be held to account. So don't forget that Europe is constantly pushing. Europe didn't build Israel because they felt guilt for the Holocaust. Europe built Israel because it gave them control over the Middle East, okay? So Europe doesn't do things because they feel bad. Europe doesn't feel bad about the Holocaust because they've done many of them. But Europe uses the Holocaust in order to take a moral high ground when it comes to other genocides. Don't let them whitewash history. Don't minimize the Holocaust.
The concentration camps were really, that's where almost a lot of our people perished from malnutrition, and a lot of them were forced to work on the railway, and they basically worked them to death.
Jefta Nguahirimo has spent most of his adult life fighting for international acknowledgement of the genocide and restitution for the descendants of the victims.
So basically, I'll tell you this, Captain. If this guy here had your attitude, he would have given up a long time ago. If this guy had your attitude of like, oh, it's too hard, I don't see a point in doing this. Do you think this guy understands Western law? Do you think this guy has studied, what you're studying? No, he did it because he sees these graves. And to him, this fight isn't about whether it's possible or not. To this guy, the fight is the only thing that drives this person. If this guy had your attitude, Captain, is it capital or captain or whatever? What's your name? Captain? If this guy had your attitude, he would have given up a long time ago. This is what I mean. You need to talk to your Tanzanian ancestry, because I don't think you understand how the mindset of indigenous people work. Because it's a long game. It's not about understanding everything. They're fighting because they know it's just.
I joined this struggle based on the stories that I recall my grandmother told me, and then when I started as an adult, I started learning more and learning more. And ever since, I have never rested.
In May of 2021, it seemed the hard work of people like Jefta had finally paid off.
2021, 110 years or more after was when Germany admitted that it committed this.
Wir bezeichnen heute diese Ereignisse jetzt auch offiziell als das, was sie gewesen sind, ein Völkermord. Wir bekennen uns damit auch zu unserer historischen Verantwortung. Und im Lichte dieser historischen und auch moralischen Verantwortung Deutschlands werden wir Namibia und die Nachkommen der Opfer
and the descendant of the victims for
forgiveness. A few months
forgiveness.
later, Namibia and Germany announced a draft agreement. Both sides said it would bring closure to a dark chapter of history. Germany would formally apologize to Namibia and pay 1.1 billion euros in compensation spread over 30 years. But for Jefta and many other Herero, the agreement was deeply problematic. When the bill was presented to the Namibian parliament in September 2021, protesters traveled from far and near to oppose it.
It's a peaceful march, but quite a very important march because it is raising a number of issues, rejecting the 1.1 billion quantum that the Germans wants to pay us, the very same amount of money that the Germans have already given to Namibians for the last 31 years. Is the same amount they want to pay us.
Jefta traveled from his home in the United States to campaign against the agreement. He visited Namibia's parliament, which was built using forced labor of Herero and Nama people.
This is a very painful moment for me, standing on this ground, and simply because this area, there used to be a concentration camps where our ancestors were kept and were forced to work as slave labor. My grandmother used to told me about the genocide.
It began in 1904, after the Herero and Nama rebelled against German colonizers who were aggressively seizing their land. In response, the head of the military administration of what was then German Southwest Africa, General Lothar von Trotter, issued an order to his troops to exterminate all Herero, men, women, and children. After defeating the Herero militarily, the Germans herded the survivors eastwards into the inhospitable Omahiki Desert. The intent to kill them through hunger and thirst.
The flight to the east and how our people perished, and the dispossession of their land, the dispossession of their cattle, and all those then they experienced in the concentration camps. My grandmother's mother were captured by the Germans and sent to Lutretz, Shark Island, in concentration camps.
Shark Island, yes.
And from there they worked as slave labor. Some of them died, and the few who survived, basically that's why I'm here today.
His grandfather's mother didn't survive.
My great-grandmother was too old and tired to walk, and she was left behind. They left her under a tree to die. And that's actually the story that really sparked my interest, is like how she died, a death without dignity.
Almost every Herero person has a story like this to tell. This is why Jefta decided to document Herero opposition to the agreement. He traveled from the capital Windhoek to Okahanja to meet the acting chief of the Herero.
The Hereros were sent to these remote areas to serve as a labor pool for the white communities or white industrialists. The present and the past is hard to distinguish, in particular in these areas.
Vipiura Kapuo was the acting chief of the Ova Herero Traditional Authority, which represents most Herero in Namibia.
Anguta hei akura kuchairi nawa mushibeshe kucha agreement ando pakatiko ba kodoro benda mbali posia ete oshambutu ata mushitiro shija tata kuliro rupa ro agreement ngama hii uja na hii pakatiko horomenda mbali ete kuda kaite katwe yakura tuningira kuchanga tuliro rupa modo agreement anda oshabandu buta yamwa.
We put this to Ruprecht Spolenz, Germany's chief negotiator. He said that under international law, such negotiations can only take place between states, not individual groups.
Yeah, the Nazi Holocaust was European colonization focused inward. It was the colonial mindset focused inward. That's all. That's the only difference with Nazi Germany. But yeah, it's all to do with white supremacy, right? Like, if you look at what gave Hitler, what influenced Hitler, American Jim Crow laws influenced Hitler. America's history of mass murdering Native Americans influenced Hitler. So it's a cyclical thing, white supremacy. Like, each of these different areas in Europe got ideas from each other. Since but the fight's not over, Capital. That's what I'm telling you. The fight's not over. And the only reason Germany can do this is because it has power now. But again, it took 110 years for Germany even to admit the genocide. So it may take another 100 years. Who knows, right? But you don't just stop because you feel... you don't just stop because you feel kind of like... you feel a little bit... you're not sure about the answer. But I think what Barbados has done is a really good way to go about it. It's really good. It's a great way to go about it. And it is about formalizing. It is about putting the question of or putting a proposal in front of the world going, hey, what do you guys think about this? And I think what Barbados has done is a great first step.
There are
100 step.
many,
like this is a fight that's gone on for a long time. So yeah, a great 100 step, and there'll be another 100 steps.
groups who say, unfortunately, we were not part of the negotiations. And if I would start to count these groups, I come easily about 10, 15, 20 groups who are complaining not to have been included.
But Kapoor remained unconvinced by Germany's explanation.
We are asking you, so what? What do you mean, Spigot? So what?
The negotiations failed to secure direct compensation for the Herero, so the 1.1 billion euros which Germany plans to pay will be administered by the Namibian government. The once prosperous Herero, having lost their land and their much-prized cattle after the genocide, now live, for the most part, in poverty. Just like everyone else here, Benoni Kauri.
Like, it's so crazy to say that all of this will be sorted out in like one fell swoop and everything will happen. I mean, look at Black history in America, man. Like, it's been a process of civil rights and, one after the other. All of these things will not happen at the same time, in one moment. I think you're looking for a silver bullet. This is a process of many changes, even geopolitical changes, in order for reparations to be implemented. But you've got to be ready. And I think what Barbados has proposed is incredible. I think it is a step in the right direction.
Is struggling to survive.
Shuno viungura na katiti ufula kusha tunduna mwendo ere. Po vaneshe no maifula na usha koskole ni vatu ere rukwa. Ouze kuhena viungura urishi nene. Bifula na viuri. Mehe simna shipeheno shina virinji kapena shina. Vaneshe maiso genda koskole. Po maiso kuria skole ya piti himuna ni kapena shina katia taka kapena ye. Tupe imariwa uri tu. Ta tene katuna shina mwenyeru kwano. Eno mutu ito mwetu po mariwa mbo utitima mutu pembo. Mutu kangombo keme maturanda uvari utatu nanga ndo shunda shikwata sana shiri oshunda. Abiko murungu. Ukuja ninikize ngo kutupambia mariwa uri shiri.
Without some kind of intervention, her children are unlikely to escape the cycle of poverty. And making life even harder, the government had recently decreed that they must move to an even more remote location.
Mbanjira shwa kakango.
Yeah, I think many people, like, I have to say, and I have to call Capital out here, is I think there are many people who lack patience, who lack, like I said, skin in the game. I really do think, Capital, you lack skin in the game at the moment. And the reason you lack skin in the game is because I don't think you truly understand your ancestors' struggle. And I would suggest that you go learn your ancestors' struggle.
Kuiri, mununguma kavada mungapi. Mo pendro pongapi akavada pongapi. Shua pendro pondano, odo iri nduma kaonjo do iri mbari ama kavada ko skole. Simi ambanjo skole ya hiti.
That's too much. It's too emotional for me. The government has abandoned them.
And it's not just in the villages that poverty amongst the Herero is rife.
Hey, Khalid.
It's the same in urban areas. Swakopmund is a coastal town popular with German tourists. But on the outskirts of the town, Herero people live in bleak, informal settlements. Lawrence Ndura moves from the countryside to the city in search of a better life.
He has been here for 9 years now at this place. And this is where he lives. No electricity, no running water. All the cattle died of drought. And so there's no work. So the best they can come is come here, try to forage some food from in the city.
Lawrence invites Jefta into his home.
Traditional things.
Are you selling those?
My girlfriend selling. Do it herself by hand. Yeah. This is a type of a genocide.
Lawrence tells us that to make ends meet, his girlfriend sells these dolls to German tourists.
Before the genocide. My great-grandfather was involved in the concentration camp. He was at the Luther's concentration camp.
At the Luther's concentration?
Yeah, between 1904 and 1908, genocide.
So what do you think about the Germans today?
Germans today, they have to pay for what they did to our grandparents, because that one is the wound that take long in our lifetime. Money is the only thing that can make changes. We can buy our land back, we can buy our animals, then we start with the farming process. Yep.
No, I think you need to learn your history. I think you have an easy out now to just rely on your Bulgarian side. Maybe is it Bulgarian? You said maybe. Maybe that's an easy out for you, and you're not putting the time in to learn about your ancestors' struggle. First thing is education. It's when you're not in the struggle, when you don't understand what it's like to be these people, then I think you can get into conversations like what you are getting into right now, which is to find a silver bullet. But these are long struggles. These are not short struggles. This is a generational struggle. And I think if you don't understand the generational nature of it, then I think you can fall into the trap of looking for silver bullets. It's just the way it is. The asymmetry of the world is tough right now. And it's going to take a slow, step-by-step process of getting to the ideal situation. But you can't stop just because it's hard.
Yeah, we're living like we feel that we are in a concentration camp. Because the life that we are living here is not good to us.
These young people over here you see running in the streets over here, they will have nothing to lose but to demand their land back. And that's exactly what's going to happen. This situation is unacceptable, and it's unacceptable.
This sense of economic and political marginalization among the Herero has heightened their mistrust of SWAPO, the ruling party in Namibia since 1990. It's amplified the feeling that the government mishandled the genocide negotiations with Germany. We tried to put this to the Namibian government, but despite numerous requests, no government official granted us an interview. We did, however, manage to speak to Professor Fanuel Kapama, one of Namibia's chief negotiators. He himself is Herero.
My great-grandmother was a brother of Samuel Maharero, who led the Herero people during the war of colonial resistance.
Kapama told us the agreement was the best the Namibian government could achieve, given Germany's tough negotiating tactics.
They have always shied away from even mentioning the word genocide. But the bigger challenge was on the quantum, which has remained a very key issue to the point that it almost derailed. Then there is no reference to the word reparation.
The negotiations, in our view, have been for political and moral reasons. This was not a legal question. We avoided legal speech to avoid this kind of misunderstanding, and reparation is a legal term, and therefore we spoke about healing the wounds, which means, in a sense, probably the same, but not in a legal term.
But Kapama says the negotiations were less about healing wounds than they were about avoiding legal liability.
That was a very heavy debate. Later on,
Salam
they came
Fudge.
around and said that, okay, if we agree to pay reparation, then we will do away with development aid. And we said, no, those are two different things. For the victim community,
And there's a good reason why Germany is keen to avoid any payments being labelled as reparations. Henning Melber, a Namibian academic, explains why.
There were war crimes during World War II committed in Italy, in Greece, in Poland, and in other Eastern European societies, where local courts there ruled that the German government should pay reparations to the descendants.
Germany has refused to accept liability for such claims. Melber says if reparations were paid to Namibia, that might set a legal precedent.
Then these rulings would be seen in another light, and then it would become really expensive for Germany.
So, with direct reparations seemingly off the table, what about the Herero demand that they should get their land, or at least some of it, returned to them? Any discussion about the return of land must involve its current owners, mostly white Namibian farmers who possess vast tracts of it. Gerd Volbling is a German Namibian who speaks fluent Herero. He owns a 15,000-hectare farm in the Waterberg, the region which used to be inhabited by the Herero until the Germans began their campaign of annihilation against them in 1904.
Yeah, listen to this. Unless and until, like when you say you're from like Burundi or wherever else, I always like whenever people take the line of what this capital Control Alt Delete capital guy is saying, I always think of farmers like this guy. Like, listen to this dude. But oh my gosh. Oh.
My great-great-grandfather came here in 1907, which was just after.
I think you're just reluctant, Capital. I think you're just reluctant to go that extra level and learn about your people's history. I actually do. Because it's not one size fits all. Barbados has come up with their plan and worked with a few African countries. But I don't think you want to learn about your ancestors' history, Capital.
After the German Herero War, and farming here and living in close relationship with the Oba Herero communities bordering to our fence, and it's very much farming related, but of course it brings together our different cultures as well.
But when it comes to addressing the past, Volbling, like other white German Namibian farmers in the region, deny that this land used to belong to the Herero.
This land was 100 years before that, it was not inhabited by Herero-speaking people, to the knowledge I do have.
While touring the farm, Jefter raises the land issue.
I don't think just buying land and giving it back will improve the situation dramatically. I doubt that one. I think.
Look at this. This is like just another white supremacist racist who literally just like his ancestors stole this land, and he's just reluctant to give it back. Like, this is how it works. Like, reparations need to include the ancestors of these people who committed crimes. Like, this guy's just like, oh no, it's not my fault.
We have to develop the area, we have to develop the people, investing in a better tomorrow, like education and infrastructure, schools and hospitals, that people really feel that their life is improving.
Jefter wants to know if they can reach a common understanding about the past.
Do you deny that there was a genocide, or you don't deny it? I mean,
I don't question the harm which was done to our Herero people. Yeah, they lost many of their land. They lost almost all their cattle, and they lost half, let's say half of the population.
Yet Volbling doesn't believe the mass murder of Herero was sanctioned by the government of the time.
Wow!
If there would have been the initial...
Oh my gosh. One of my degrees is in history, and I wrote my honors thesis on post-colonial exploitation of women in Kenya. I respectfully think you should stop making assumptions because I have serious questions on a very serious topic. Well, if that's the case, then I think you're asking really stupid questions. Like, you're asking for a silver bullet when I've basically showed you what Barbados and the African Union are doing. And you're asking me what the solution is. And I've given you my thoughts about it, but you're just like, it won't work. No, that is what you were doing, Capital. You asked me about yeah, there's literally no good reason. I told you what I think the right way forward would be. And you're literally just coming back with idiotic points.
A thought of eradicating a certain tribe, but there was not an intention, and the relationship to the Holocaust is for me, it is far-fetched.
But Jefter's next visit illustrates that for many Herero, historical links between the genocide and the Holocaust aren't far-fetched at all. He travels to Shark Island.
I told you. Something like this is going to require an equitable legal system. I told you. You're asking for... Oh, well, that's your opinion, buddy. That's your opinion. If you don't like that answer, then why are you still sitting here and fucking talking shit? Stupidity. Like, it's like there is... You can tell with people like this, there is something at the core that's driving them to just pick at this wound. And it's more than the question they're asking. It's always more than the question they're asking. This is the problem with speaking to people online, is they'll never ever tell you what their real intentions are. They'll never tell you.
Which was once a notorious concentration camp. Herero and Nama, who survived death in the desert, were brought here and used as slave labor.
This side is where our ancestors were kept, and the Germans set up this concentration camp, and historians call it...
Yeah, bro. Yeah, we're out here rewriting the international legal system. It's not egalitarian. It's about dismantling white supremacy. Like, are you stupid? Do you think the world's going to change by stupid reforms? Of course we have to rewrite the legal system. Bro, there's a genocide being committed against the Palestinians and not one person has been put in jail. Of course we have to rewrite the legal system. Are you an idiot?
The death camp. My great-grandmother was at this site. And luckily, later when the people started complaining, she was transferred to Swakopmund.
But most of the Herero and Nama who were held here didn't survive.
A lot of.
Israel has killed tens of thousands of children using European bombs, using American bombs, and not a single sanction has been implemented by the largest trading partner with Israel, Europe. Europe is the largest trading partner with Israel, not a single sanction. Do you think that's a working international legal system? How idiotic. This is why I say these people don't have good intentions. The world they live in is an indoctrinated Western world. Of course the legal system has to be rewritten. That's not utopian. That's a necessity for there to be an equitable world for all. Are you like not understanding what I'm saying? You're just taking what I say and calling it utopian. What an idiotic thing to do.
People perish. Death and starvation was what killed a lot of people over here. And when they die, their body were thrown in the sea.
And those who weren't worked to death were subjected to other horrors.
And this is where they did their medical experiment on the Nama and Herero people. Medical experiment.
Yeah.
Based on my grandmother, they were
I constantly talk about dismantling white supremacy here. This guy wants me to talk about what gun I'm going to use.
Fascinated with some of the Herero people. They have like their gums are like darker than others. So they will scrape that and scrape that until it bleeds to find out what is the cause of that. I don't know what was the whole point, but
it's like the guy doesn't even know if I'm going to use a gun or not. Yeah, see, this is the bullshit. This is the bullshit. Oh, European domestic law to explain why international law is incapable. Bro, this is not European domestic law. Literally, the UN has said, stop trading with Israel. Stop sending weapons to Israel. And the weapons are still flowing to Israel. It's not just European law. It's international law. Like, stop playing dumb, dumbass. You're annoying me now.
The bottom line is their biggest fear was to go to that medical center. Because they knew that once you go there, you are not going to be alive.
In that medical center, prisoners were subjected to many forms of systematic atrocities, like being injected with diseases like smallpox, typhus, and tuberculosis, or poisons like arsenic.
They were also used as human material for eugenic research.
In order to conduct this pseudo-scientific research, German doctors sent the skulls of deceased prisoners back to Germany.
Thousands of human remains, skulls, skeletons, and so on.
By the way, to everybody who's not that fucking idiot in chat, this is how it's going to stop. By white people educating other white people. Okay? Education, white education, white on white education is what is going to undo the imperial core. What is going to undo white supremacy? Because it's people like this guy who's on the screen right now talking, who's exposing what Germany actually did. These are the types of people who will have impact on German legal systems or UN's legal systems or the EU legal systems. Okay, so white on white education is so fucking important, and these leftists talk about the revolution like it's going to be one fucking event. To me, The revolution is this: white on white education. White people need to stop talking down to black and brown people and educate their own fucking people. Start educating the Karens and the Kens.
Were transported back to the German Empire. Those human remains are in German basements of museums, of hospitals. And only in 2011, I think, for the first time, a few of them were returned to Namibia.
The man overseeing these inhumane practices was Dr. Eugene Fisher. He and other colonial officials
later became prominent leading figures in the race ideology of Nazi Germany.
These are our shoes.
But there is no official recognition at Shark Island of the crimes which were perpetrated here.
There is no mention about the Hereros at all. It's now a camping site, so I'm sure a lot of Germans, they come here and camp, and Namibians, they come and camp as if this is just a normal place.
So where to now for the Herero and their struggles for justice and reparations?
What do you say to German Namibians who say there wasn't a genocide here? That's not fair.
What do I say to them?
If you think white people educating white people is hard, think about brown and black people trying to educate white people.
Nothing. We are going to get our land back. And how we're going to take it, I don't know. But I'm certain, just the way I was certain that one day Germany will be willing to apologize properly, just the way I was certain that Germany one day will pay reparation, even though they're saying we are going to give you like a gesture or development, and it's just, things will happen. The Herero people are resilient people. From what we have gone through, what my people have gone through, from genocide, dispossession, concentration camp, and for my father and my grandparents to reconstitute themselves and send me to school. And they walk straight. They didn't walk with their head down. And so that's the way I'm going to walk. I will walk straight with my head up.
Like, I fucking hate these pseudo-intellectual pricks who don't actually have any value to add to any conversation other than to be complete fucking trolls in the chat. Like, you could have said anything to that guy. He would have moved the goalpost. Like, he doesn't know how the Maori have fought for their indigenous rights. He doesn't know how Aboriginal people have been fighting for their indigenous rights. Writes a paper about fucking like Kenyan women and thinks the guy's an expert about. The guy is like leaning so much on his European side right now, he doesn't even fucking know it. Like, maybe you need to decolonize yourself, buddy. Talk to your Tanzanian fucking relatives. Learn something. Stop fucking being a dickhead in my chat. Yeah. Listen to this. These are your ancestors, dipshit.
Yewo sendo baba mbano mfuta chena matemani chikwakwa mauya wazolera ng'ombe na mbuzi waona mdombo ngati ngonyani baba yeti sendo teo tabana wativyala wewo tafika pamene palitinda la wewu kukukulumira gogo tafika teo ngati tabu.
This is the violent legacy of Germany's colonial rule in Africa. This is about Tanzanians. Southern Tanzania.
Peleke sauti yeku kuulaya huko hapa wewe wabadalala waba wa mundu tu lakini chibwanga chili huko kumbwani kwa wamene hawa vimlungu hivi.
Haya. Nah, not Boers.
Jina langu ni John Makarius Mbano. Mimi ni kitukuu cha Nduna, Songea, Mbano.
How are you, Medi?
Yule mzee alituita watu watatu katika familia hiyo ya Mbano. Yule mzee kweli alisema moja kwa moja masalia yale ya kichwa cha Nduna, Songea, Mbano,
the Swahili is a bit different
sisi baba zenu tumekuwa na kilio cha muda mrefu sana. Kwa hiyo na nyinyi mfanye kile kinachowezekana, mjaribu
I'll start reading the subtitles, guys. Sorry.
Kurudisha. Naamini kwamba
I believe you will succeed.
Siku moja.
Hold on, let me just read that bit. That was important.
John Makarius Mbano.
My name is... Oh, fuck. Wait. Let me just read this.
Jina langu.
My name is John Makarius Mbano.
Nina John Makarius Mbano. Mimi ni kitukuu cha Nduna, Songea.
I am the great-grandson of Nduna, Songea, Mbano.
Mbano. Yule mzee alituita watu watatu.
Oh, thank you, Medi. I appreciate that. Thank you. The elder called the three of us from the Mbano family.
Katika familia hiyo ya Mbano. Yule mzee.
The elder spoke to us directly.
Kweli alisema moja kwa moja masalia yale.
This is about the skull of Nduna, Songea, Mbano.
Kichwa cha Nduna, Songea, Mbano ambazo sisi baba zenu,
we, your fathers, have mourned it for a long time.
Tumekuwa na kilio cha muda mrefu sana. Kwa hiyo na nyinyi
now you must do everything in your power to bring it back.
Fanya kile kinachowezekana, mjaribu kurudisha. Naamini kwamba mtafanikiwa.
I believe you will succeed someday.
Siku moja. Babu yenu katika ile vita,
in the war after your grandfather was buried,
baada ya kuzikwa, manake alikatwa kichwa kikaenda Ujerumani.
His head was cut off and taken to Germany.
Kwa hiyo historia inatueleza kwamba kichwa,
this history tells us that his head is still in Germany.
Hadi sasa hivi kipo nchi ya Ujerumani. Na ndio kitu ambacho kinatutesa.
That is what tortures us as a family.
Sisi kama familia. Manake mimi leo nitakaposhinda,
because if I am unable to return it,
kukirudisha, manake msiba huu namwachia pia mtoto.
I will pass on this grief to my child.
Wangu ataendelea kulia.
Like that prick. I can't get his fucking idiocy out of my mind. How the fuck is this idiot think that there's going to be justice without changing status quo? Like, the motherfucker has watched Palestinians getting mass murdered, basically real time on his phone, no justice, and the motherfucker's like, oh, you want to change the justice system? That's utopia. What a fucking gaslighting piece of shit.
My name is Simboro. Und ich komme.
I didn't delete him. That motherfucker's silent. Probably enjoying how much of a dick I think he is.
Aus Tanzania. Und Tansania war damalige das größte Land in sogenannt Deutsch-Ostafrika. Von dieser Seite man sieht die lila Farben, das ist Deutsch-Ostafrika, heute Tansania, Ruanda und Burundi. Hier ist Deutsch-Westafrika, heute Namibia. Hier im Nordwest hier ist Kamerun und Togo. Das Schlimmste, was dann uns zugestoßen ist, ich wusste auch, aber es geht um den Human Remains, sogenannt menschliche Gebeine. Es gibt so viele Straßennamen hier in Deutschland.
Was that guy a leftist? There's no way. He must be an Asmongold fuckwit. There is no way that guy is a leftist. At least a lib, a Kamala lib. Minimum. MAGA / Kamala simp. Like, that's all I can think of. That guy's not a fucking leftist. That guy's a cosplaying leftist.
Und die Ehren, die Menschen diese Kriminalität gemacht haben. Und das finden wir wirklich, das darf nicht sein. Das ist die Petersallee. Und die Petersallee hat dieser Mann hier, Karl Peters. Und der Peters war schon bekannt brutal. Man sagt auch, war eine Art Antischop.
Oh, fuck, I didn't even read this. Sorry, guys.
But
he traveled along the coast and also slightly
ein bisschen
inland.
an der Küste entlang und ein bisschen tiefer im Land gegangen. Und da hat er
And he
versucht,
tried to force our leaders to
unsere
sign
Führer mit einer Pistole eingehören
by
hier
putting a gun to their brains.
unterschreiben. Wenn nicht, sind sie tot. Und die Mann hat ihm sogar in Tansania
In Tanzania, they called him Mkono wa Damu,
getauft, Mkono wa Damu, also blutiges Hand.
bloody hand.
Und hier in
And here in Germany, he was known as Hangman Peters.
Deutschland war er bekannt als Hängepeters, weil kannte nur hängen.
Because he loved to hang.
Hat er auch
Wow.
zum Spaß Menschen hängen lassen,
He had people hanged for fun.
nur zu sitzen und seine Bierchen trinken und
Oh shit, what was that line? Hold on. Just so he could sit there, drink his beer,
zu sehen, wie
and see how long a person hangs before they die. Fuck, bro.
man hängt, bis er stirbt. Also offiziell jetzt mein Name schon.
So since 1968, my official name has been Miaka Sururu Mboro.
Seit 68 ist die Miaka Sururu Mboro. Before
that, it was Ludwig Johann Mboro.
Ludwig Johanni Mboro. Die sind als erste
Those were my first names.
Namen gewesen und dann im Miaka.
I feel like the title of this stream is misleading. None of this is chill. Bro, when you talk about these subjects, you get people who just fucking the most insufferable fucking idiots. What can I do? What can I do? I literally wanted to have a chill stream, and this fucking prick came in and ruined the fucking stream. I can't help it.
Sururu Mboro
And Minyaka Sururu Mboro came second.
zweite Namen. Es war in der Kolonialzeit.
I'm chilling. Nice,
Sururu ist eine Spitzhacke. Und mein Uropa.
My great grandfather was taken away and made a forced laborer.
Als Zwangsarbeiter wurde geschleppt, den Usambara Eisenbahn zu
to help build the Usambara Railway.
bauen. Seine Frau war schwanger.
His wife was pregnant.
Er hat immer versucht, gegen die Deutschen, dass
He never stopped fighting Germans, hoping that they'd be set free and could rejoin their families.
die frei werden zurück zu ihren Familien. Und was hat gemacht?
So what did he do?
Das Hauptwerkzeug war, es war
Their main tool was the pickaxe, which was very important.
diese Spitzhacke. War sehr, sehr wichtig.
Of course, there were shovels and other tools.
Natürlich, es gab Schaufel und andere Werkzeuge. Dann hat er in der
So
Nacht
one night,
mit
he and
anderen
two
zwei
others
alle gesammelt
collected all the pickaxes and set them on fire.
und alle
Okay, bro. Hey, you want to learn about... I think you should watch this video because I'm going back to chill topics. Honestly, like, I've watched all of these. This channel has watched all of these. I'm doing it for your benefit, your Tanzanian relatives. Go fucking learn about your Tanzanian relatives, bro. Stop sticking to your European idiots. Learn about your Tanzanian relatives. Okay, let's move the fuck on, because insufferable prick is not gonna fucking change what I'm showing. Okay, let's watch something a little bit lower speed. Let's watch something a little bit slower speed. What Brexit cost the world? Let's go. What Brexit cost the world?
There are certain days that change the world. Brexit was one of those days.
British people will have the final say in an in-out referendum.
Watch out, here we go.
Seriously, I had this lined up for the chill stream, okay? I had this lined up for the chill stream just to laugh at, people from the UK. But, you know.
Story dominating the news today.
Hey, Amy.
It is Brexit. But what has been one of the most divisive votes.
It was staggering.
History unfolding before our very eyes.
The population at large doesn't trust the establishment.
The bastion of independence.
Brexit changed the way that politics is done, not only in the UK, but beyond that too.
People want to take their country back.
Passions that are not unique to Britain.
Vote out NHS!
It was a real once-in-a-lifetime moment, but also sort of manifestly an act of economic self-harm.
Thing is, not everyone and their dog arrived at the polling station with an economics textbook in hand.
Wait, what? The PM who allegedly put his member in a pig's mouth? What?
Or poor.
It's not even the main thing that mattered to a lot of people who voted to leave.
A cosmopolitan elite had been trying to redefine Britain as a multicultural, multiracial, multi-ethnic society. And the Brexiteers said, no, we are a particular people, a product of a particular history with a particular set of roots.
We need our country back.
And so on the 23rd of
We need our country back. Oi. Give us our country back, oi. Fuck that terrible British accent.
June 2016, more than 33 million people cast ballots on a relationship that had shaped Britain's laws, trade and politics for almost half a century.
Yes is now showing at 67%.
The British people have spoken and the answer is we're out.
By a margin of 52 to 48, they said Britain should exit the European Union.
Huzzah! Independence Day!
If Nigel Farage can implement Brexit, we can change international law, okay? Nigel, no brains Farage. Nigel, dipshit Farage can implement, like get Brexit implemented. We can 100% change international law.
Might have felt shocking, but it wasn't quite as surprising as I think a lot of people look back and say that it was.
But it was a political earthquake whose aftershocks were felt around the globe.
It shifted the world from a world which seemed to be getting ever closer, in which globalization was the dominant theme, into a world that was becoming ever more fragmented.
Brexit has ushered in a decade which has left
Was
Britain,
made in an unauthorized
Europe,
biography.
the West in a worse shape than it started it. The issue is, would it have done much better without it?
And it is possible to work that out. To understand what happened, we can compare it with a model of what didn't.
So we can model out what would happen to economies if they weren't molested by idiots. Oh, look at that. Maybe countries can draw up forecasts of what could have been produced if European colonization wasn't there. And actually communities have done that, and Barbados is a good example of that. So yeah, fuck that capital guy.
This is that story. Why Brexit emerged, what it cost, and what might come next.
I remember the day when we voted on Brexit. I took my dogs for a walk to the local voting booth. The dogs, I think, were pro-Brexit. Dogs tend to be pro-Brexit. I was anti-Brexit.
Do you want me to say that I voted Leave? Because I did. The main thing I remember from the actual day is being woken up by my husband very early and him saying, you've got to go to work, because the result isn't quite what we expected.
The phenomenal events taking place here.
No one expected this result.
Everyone is stunned.
I'd written an essay called The 20% World, which pointed out that if the odds on Trump being elected, on Brexit, on Corbyn being elected, and Le Pen being elected in France, they were all around 20%. What was staggering was two of them were going to happen in 1 year.
Brexit was not just a British upset. It was an early warning light on the dashboard of globalization.
When the results came in, there was shock.
People were not expecting this, the markets weren't expecting this.
The smart money thought that it was Remain.
I was sat at my desk watching the pound plummet as the results rolled in.
The pound has taken a thumping. Every single industry group's trading in the red.
I realised that we were at the beginning of a very profound historic...
Did he just say the pound is taking a pounding? That was on purpose. Come on. Come on, everybody. That was... Jeez, nuts. That was on purpose.
They don't know what the they're doing.
Historical change.
I do not think it would be right for me to try to be the captain that steers our country to its next destination.
There were some in the European Union who looked at a result like that and thought, surely this is going to have to be rerun. It's such a narrow margin of victory.
I quote, damn a bad day for Europe.
The UK is no more part of the club. I regret that very much.
People said that the money was smart. The money wasn't smart.
Virtually every economic expert told the British people that this would be a very painful thing to do, and yet people still voted for that.
The campaigns in the run-up to the vote were unexpectedly aggressive.
I really remember when the MP, Jo Cox, was murdered in her constituency. It felt symptomatic.
Holy shit, there was a murder? How the heck didn't I know about this?
Of the febrile state of UK politics.
May we and the generations of members that follow us in this House honour Jo's memory.
The fury seemed out of all proportion to what our relationship with the EU actually
David Cameron's
was. It was not a fiscal union, it was not a military union.
At the heart of the Brexit debate was a disconnect between the winners and the losers of the global economy. The winners didn't understand how much the losers had lost, and they didn't.
Isn't this so much more fun watching the imperial core implode? And the moment where it all started, like one of the moments when it all started, like let's not forget about World War II, obviously. But this, you know.
Didn't get any sense of what you lose when you lose a stable manufacturing job.
You all come to work to be better off for your family, don't you? And now I'm not sure if I've got that stability anymore.
A few days before the vote, there was a big broadcast audience event on the BBC. I was part of the presenting team, surrounded by people who I didn't know which way they were going to vote. And there was a moment when Boris Johnson said,
I believe that this Thursday can be our country's Independence Day.
And I saw and felt half of the room erupt around me. And it was really then that I realised how strong the sentiment to leave the EU was.
But there was a snag.
We voted to leave, but we didn't know what voting to leave meant. It was a sort of blind Brexit.
People voted saying they didn't like the status quo of Europe. They wanted to go out, but they never got a vote on what the alternative was.
Oh yeah, Amy. The thing, like, so this was actually Steve Bannon, etc. Like, there's a lot of reporting on the companies that made Brexit happen through social media, etc. were the same companies kind of reused for Trump's election, and Steve Bannon even said that Brexit was kind of the thing that started the whole, I guess, the devolution into Cambridge Analytica. That's the one. The devolution into like the whole nationalist fucking sentiment, because they figured it out. They figured out how to sell this sentiment, and they just fucking hit it. Very Reagan-esque, type of rhetoric.
The Leave groups were disparate, not connected,
Mindfuck
and
by
in
Chris
many cases looking for
Wiley,
different things.
One vision of the future was
Okay,
a sort
I'm gonna
of Middle
look at
England
that
vision.
one.
We'd retreat to a sort of Hobbit world.
You had a group of people who thought this would be a chance to pump more money into the
It was
NHS,
primarily the Mercer
put up
family?
walls to immigrants, and so on and so on.
Other view of Brexit was that we would be a global power.
10 years later, we can begin to assess what actually happened and compare it to what didn't. Don't worry, that'll make sense in a minute.
The economy immediately after the Brexit vote was much more resilient than people expected.
We were told that the housing market would collapse, that there would be apocalyptic consequences for the economy.
But actually consumers, who are the biggest part of the UK economy, continued to spend.
You can argue about the economic effects relentlessly.
Well, that is a relief, since we're about to. But it's complicated.
And the reason for that is that you've had a lot of economic shocks hit the UK since then. The pandemic, the energy crisis.
Various government policies that have also been very bad for the economy, in particular our energy policy. It's impossible to say that having the most expensive energy in the developed world hasn't made a significant difference.
So disentangling the Brexit effect from all those other effects is really, really difficult.
But perhaps not impossible.
Didn't it fuck up like people traveling in Europe as well? Wasn't when the UK was part of the EU, they could freely travel, but hasn't like that changed as well? Like the visa system, and it's not just open borders anymore in the EU. I don't know. Maybe I'm misreading that. But I think it's harder for the UK people to travel in the EU. Not obviously, not as hard as, going from, say, Afghanistan to the UK. Or the EU, sorry.
And here's how.
But what we've done is bring together a sample of 23 OECD countries and pick out the economies most similar historically to the UK, and use those countries as a guide for how the UK might have been expected to perform.
Had it remained in the EU, that is. And that's what you're seeing here. The red line being the UK's actual GDP, the white one what our model initially suggests it could have been.
And what we see is a 10% hit to the economy.
Which for the UK's £3 trillion economy means £300 billion.
Oh, are they talking about GDP? Nice.
So clearly that's pretty massive.
But if you look beneath the hood, it shows that most of it is driven by the performance of the US and Irish economies.
Now, the latter's GDP is heavily impacted by the activity of multinational companies, so there's a case for removing it.
So if we exclude Ireland, we reduce the hit to 6%. And then there's the question about the US economy. It accounts for about 4 percentage points of the total gap, but a lot of that...
In good news, there were rumors in my county if a data center and absolutely everyone got mad and scared the county commissioners, and now scared the county commissioners, and now there are talks of a data center ban going before the county commissioner and city council, with one being adopted in the neighboring county already. Nice. Good on you.
That is nothing to do with Brexit. The US didn't experience an energy shock in 2022.
It also benefited from significant fiscal stimulus and AI investment. And so if we adjust for all that too...
we get down to a number between 2 and 4% of GDP, which we think is a reasonable estimate for the hit to the economy.
This figure is far away from the initial 10% calculation, which we've shown to be too great. But even so, 2 to 4% is still a hit.
No matter which way you cut it, it's quite hard to come up with a positive number for the impact of Brexit.
It would be very foolish to say that leaving the EU had been an absolute negative.
This is why when, you know, like the pogroms in Northern Ireland and stuff happen, like I don't fundamentally get very anxious, even if there were pogroms in Aotearoa, like white people lost their shit and started breaking stuff. I'd just be like, bro, white people are punching themselves in the nuts again. You know, white supremacists are literally fucking up the empire from the inside. It's honestly, it's like, okay, so what? You know, you want to fuck up your empire? Do it.
Just as it would be very foolish to say that being a member of the EU had been an absolute positive.
On all the things to do with AI, Britain has probably benefited a little bit by being outside the European Union, which most of the tech giants in America are slightly scared of. And of different days of the week, Britain's been quite good at getting on with Donald Trump.
Yeah, of course, it's bad. Man, I prefer my white supremacists to be dumb and incompetent. I hate the crafty ones. Yeah, but weren't they targeting? That's what I mean. Like, they started targeting minorities internally. The thing about this big one, Philly, is they're targeting they're targeting black and brown people all around the world, right? The empire is constantly bombing and providing bombs to the global south, especially Africa and the Middle East, to kill people of color all of the time. So when something like Northern Ireland, or as I like to call it, Ireland, happens, you just think, finally, you know, the fascists are punching themselves in the nuts. It's good.
Financial services in particular have done pretty well in the years since we left the EU, much better than goods exports, for example.
We're a massive destination for VC funding. A large number of the investment funds that are based in the EU are run out of London. We're a massive centre for derivative trading in the euro.
But there's no denying it, Brexit did put us on a different trajectory. There were some real economic impacts and potentially some much larger political ones.
Don't forget that in World War II, a fascist literally ripped the nuts off Europe. You know, don't forget that. It was quite massive. He literally just carved off Europe's nuts.
The surprising thing that happened is the degree of political chaos it has unleashed.
This parliament is a disgrace.
The political infighting was extraordinary, cross-party and relentless.
For goodness sake, Prime Minister, won't you just go?
This government has no mandate for the vicious form of Brexit it is pursuing.
You know, the economic impact, it almost seems like a sideshow.
What's his name? What's his name, that guy?
5 prime ministers since Brexit.
Miserable.
Cameron didn't try and deliver Brexit, he simply resigned. Theresa May tried to deliver it and resigned. Boris Johnson tried to deliver it and resigned.
Rees-Mogg, that's the guy.
Resigned. And Rishi Sunak was eventually defeated in the elections.
What's interesting about Brexit is it redivided British politics along completely new lines. And it's ended up the two main parties, particularly really the Conservatives, being very wounded by it.
The fragmentation is clear when...
Wait. Just one more time. Sorry, guys. Can we just please just watch this one more time?
Prime Minister, won't you just go?
This government has no mandate for the vicious form of Brexit it is pursuing.
You know, the economic impact, it almost seems like a sideshow relative to that.
We have to clip that.
5 prime ministers since Brexit.
Oh, hold up. Let me just get the clip ready. Because, yeah, that was epic.
Cameron didn't try and deliver Brexit, he simply resigned. Theresa May tried to deliver it and resigned. Boris Johnson tried to deliver it and resigned. Liz Truss resigned, and Rishi Sunak was eventually defeated in the elections.
What's interesting about Brexit is it redivided British politics along completely new lines. And it's ended up the two main parties, particularly really the Conservatives, being very wounded by it.
The fragmentation is clear when you look at how people said they vote in 2016 and compare it to how they said they vote this year. The pie has become notably more colourful. Good news for charts designers, less so for members of parliament.
I feel like a pawn in a big game of chess.
Uncover more at bloomberg.com/videos.
I think there is a link between the divisions within and what we see now, an age of greater multi-party politics in the UK.
Brexit still governs a lot of the kind of dividing lines in Britain.
It has contributed to the stagnation that leads to popular discontent.
Those who had previously been trusted to make decisions sitting in Westminster, they're learning to live with much reduced credibility and much reduced room for manoeuvre.
Is time running out for you, Prime Minister?
We lost our ability to focus on the really fundamental things that matter. How to improve our productivity, which is dismally low, and how to improve the quality of our government.
Our policies around our tax regime, around our energy regime, how we employ people and how we pay to employ people, our social care.
I think one big lesson of the last few years, and indeed the whole Brexit experience, is that economics is not the only thing that matters.
Brexit was a big moment for expansive political promises about the golden horizons that lay beyond the result.
We will do a new deal. A better deal.
See, I always, right? Like why Europe is going this way, why America is going this way, why the West is starting to look to nationalism almost, right? Like misplaced patriotism, nationalism, more like talking about the demographics, you know, white people are being replaced, and it's happening because that feeling is an economic feeling too. It is a feeling that the West is losing its privilege in the world. There are powers now emerging that are challenging the West, and what happened against Iran is going to amplify that. It's going to be a catalyst for more of this to happen, right? Because this is a real it hits deep. It hits deep to Western society to not be in control of everything. And now there are so many things happening that are taking control away from the West, but not even by that much. Probably like little bits are being impacted here and there. And it shows you the mind, I guess, of the West, because it's been in control for so long. For so long, it has kept kept control of the world for such a long time that any loss of privilege is making the West feel a little bit fragile. And this is what's going to happen. I think there is going to be more nationalism and more right-wing rhetoric of, you know, a purity type politics, of fascism type politics in the West. It's going to, I think, be amplified even more before it becomes better. I just think we're heading into that sort of moment.
deal.
And for many people, that has not been delivered.
The Brexit vote was driven to a very, very considerable extent by the fact that immigration was rising in this country and the fact that the political elite was constantly promising to control immigration.
Enough is enough.
And failing to deliver on that promise.
In the decade before the referendum, migration climbed towards record levels, reaching a peak just ahead of the vote.
What many people thought when they were voting for Brexit was that there would be a reduction in
Kate
numbers.
Freezer
One of the
and
great expectations
Don't Eat the
was that
Cows.
a
Thank you
fall-off
so
in
much.
Immigration
for the follows.
would improve employment prospects and wage prospects in some of the left behind areas. But of course, what actually happened, there was a massive increase in immigration.
That increase is what you're seeing here. But what's important to note is origin.
Soz chat.
Since 2016, the proportion of those originating from the EU has decreased, but the number of arrivals from non-EU countries have gone up.
We're happy gas is cheap again. Melanie. And yet, I don't know, 30,000 children in Palestine are still dead, right?
Went up for practical reasons because Boris Johnson, as Prime Minister, was desperate to fill a lot of gaps in the labour market that had been left after COVID.
In recent years, small boat arrivals became a defining symbol of the Brexit era, convincing many voters that the country still hasn't taken back control.
And this is why Brexit has become this self-reinforcing process, because as the number of immigrants have increased, the people who voted for Brexit have felt cheated.
People were made big promises.
I live in Florida. People are propagandized, but mostly want their government to do something for them over hating immigrants. There's a reason raids aren't happening in my district, because it is, if the populace that voted for it saw it, most of them would not like it and say, I thought we were kicking out the criminals, not my neighbor. We had a couple restaurants lose family members due to ICE, and it didn't go over well. I see. Yeah. I really recommend, guys, if you want to understand the psyche of the white majority in America, read a book called White Fear. And it's about how from Barack Obama, America went to Donald Trump, to January 6th, etc. Like, it's a really amazing book. I've read like half of it. I picked it up yesterday, and I've read half of it already. It's just the most incredible. It's a short book. I think it's about 100 pages. It's called White Fear. I would really, really suggest picking that up, because they go through all of these events that has, and the psyche of the American white mind in this moment, where there's a lot of fragility that's happening right now. There's a lot of fear that their privileges are being taken away.
By leaders who largely did not stay the course to deliver them. And I think that has had a widespread impact in unleashing a disillusionment, a frustration.
A fuller picture now emerges. Brexit was a promise of control, prosperity, and more money for things like the NHS. Three of Britain's...
the book is called White Fear. I'll just bring it up. I'm reading this. I got it recently. Yeah, Roland Martin, yeah. He used to be a CNN dude. Roland S. Martin, White Fear. He was a CNN guy. 30%, not 50. It's called White Fear.
Great pillars. After tea, the monarchy, and apologising.
I'm so sorry.
And so far, the data show the results of that promise to be a bit underwhelming. Meanwhile, pandemics, wars, and energy crises exacerbated resentment and frustration that everything's just a lot worse and a lot smaller than it used to be. And not just in Britain. Brexit was domestic politics with foreign policy consequences.
What it did was to set off a sort of populist revolution that spread around the world.
There is a new sheriff in town.
We want a piece of ice for world protection.
Because of the world that Brexit ushered in, a much more nationalistic one, and one where America's tried to go in a different direction and Europe's going in a different direction, competing nationalisms are suddenly to the fore. The idea of the West uniting to deal with, most obviously, Ukraine, now that has all gone somewhat into reverse.
I've empowered you to be a tough guy. And I don't think you'd be a tough guy without the United States.
Europe and America together is a very, very hard thing for anyone to stand up against. But when they're running in different directions, it's not a great look.
The forces that Brexit unleashed created not just a more fragmented world, but a world which is divided into big trading blocs. The European Union, the United States, and to some extent, Asian countries. And that leaves Britain out, isolated on its own.
There's less reason to talk to us if you're the US, for example, because we're not that way into Europe as a route to influencing Europe. There's less reason to pay attention to us in the United Nations.
You look at political debate, it has always been full of emotion, anger, many different things which really involve the heart more than the brain. I think what's interesting about politics across much of the West since the vote is that it's come much more about anger, injustice, people protesting about a world they often don't understand.
And the strange logic of this anger is to demand madder music and stronger wine. So instead of saying, well, perhaps populism is a mistake, perhaps we ought to be a little bit more pragmatic, you say, well, let's try harder to deliver these impossible dreams.
In Britain,
one thing the book talks about, which I didn't quite understand, and now like the white replacement conversation makes a lot of sense, is that by 2043, white people won't be the majority anymore. By 2043. And he talks about how the opioid crisis actually the opioid crisis had a huge impact on the white population in particular. It's crazy. Like, I didn't even know this. And this is where the fear is coming from, is like, oh shit, we're not going to be able to go back to having black people as slaves again. We're not going to be able to, like, these are real psychological issues going through white people's minds in the US right now, under different umbrellas, right? Oh, we're getting woke. What's with this DEI bullshit? Why do we, and then, make America great again. All of these things are just tropes. They are reminders of a time and a feeling that white people feel in America, that it was a better time for white people. And when you ask them when, they'll tell you, like, when Jim Crow was still going, for example. It will be an example they'll give. And it's, bro, there was Jim Crow. Like, literally, black people were being oppressed. Like, do you want to go back to Jim Crow? Do you want to go back to, like, slave times? Like, what is this? What do you mean when you say, make America great again?
Politicians who speak the language of betrayal and unfinished Brexit business have found a large audience.
The single politician, Nigel Farage, who had most involved.
You're referring to MAGAs. Most of us are not like that. That is not true, Bean. Look how many white men and women voted for Donald Trump. Majority. What's the statistics of white people voting for Donald Trump? Men and women? What's the statistics? Like 90% men, white men voted for Donald Trump, and 70% white women. Like, yeah, Bean, you can say we're not all like that, but your voting habits aren't saying anything different.
involvement in making that Brexit happen is the favourite to win the next election and be Prime Minister.
And that is completely shaking up British politics.
Because they're an absolute disgrace.
The prospect has opponents, therefore, pushing ever harder in the other direction. Some advocate.
Yeah, but you said you're referring to MAGAs. Most of us are not like that. That's not true. You said most of us are not like that. You can talk about yourself, but based on statistics, most white people want to make America great again.
Advocate rejoining the EU, something a recent poll suggested 52% of the British public would now support.
In the last 4 years, two Prime Ministers, Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, have sought to bring the UK closer to the EU with agreements and attempts at agreement in different areas that really matter: defence, security, immigration, economics.
Many of the easy solutions to the Brexit problem, which...
Don't be so insufferable, Melanie. You got to speak for a long time and you just started saying stupid shit. That's why we muted you. MAGA is only 30%. Yeah, but 90% of white men voted for Donald Trump, and 70% of white women who voted for Donald Trump. So hold on. Like, that's not a majority though, is it? You're saying majority of people aren't like that. 70% of white women who voted in the election voted for Donald Trump. Like, what the fuck am I saying that isn't? Was it really 90? That's crazy. I don't... What is the number? It was... What was it? I think an election is a pretty good temperature check of... It's a pretty good temperature check of... I mean, it's 70 million people voting, right? It's 70 million people. If that doesn't indicate what your society is like, then I don't know what does. Polls only look at... Okay, 60%. So 60% of white men voted for Trump versus Kamala. Okay. 53% of white women. So it is most of the white men and white women in America voted for Donald Trump. So I didn't say anything inaccurate. Okay, my percentage. Apologies for that. But it is most of the white women and men voted for Donald Trump. You voted for Jill Stein. Nice. I think about half of racist. Oh, well, liberals aren't particularly. What do you mean? No way back that up. It's literally who voted. Like, I'm telling you the voting. 70.
Britain having a closer but still rather loose relationship with the European Union seem very attractive, but they're not actually all that practical.
Any move closer to the EU also runs into two familiar problems. Britain still dislikes being told what to do.
Yeah, a bunch of people abstained because of Palestine, but those people would have probably voted for Kamala if they did vote for somebody, right? Like, the people who abstained for Palestine weren't voting for Donald Trump.
Careful. And Europe isn't especially keen to start convincing it otherwise.
It is time to leave Brexit behind.
My guess is that Britain ends up with some kind of version of an associate membership of the EU. And yes, that would involve Britain having to take some rules in a way that it might object to, but it would give it access to that much larger market, and it would help the European Union as well.
One of the other tragic consequences of Brexit is that the European Union has seen one of the biggest economies in Europe leaving, and leaving for very specific reasons to do with free movement of people, and has not learned anything from it.
I think the most optimistic version of what you could say is you could say, well, this was a test case for democracy. A country votes to do something that it knows to be a sort of act of self-harm, and yet still there is no challenge to the idea of democracy. It's still the core of everything that Britain does.
Perhaps over time.
You know, Donald Trump won the popular vote, right? In the last election, Donald Trump won the popular vote. Like, it wasn't just that it was the Electoral College that took Donald Trump over the line. Donald Trump won the popular vote.
We'll be able to see it as a moment that reshaped alliances and relationships, and that is a necessary thing for nations and regions over time.
The future has to involve leaving the arguments about Brexit behind.
But gerrymandering is about the Electoral College, though, isn't it? Popular vote is just everyone who voted for who. Donald Trump won the popular vote. So when you count everything, more people voted for Trump than for Kamala.
And focusing on the things that are really holding the UK back today.
I think the big lesson for economists is that, there's more to life.
What do you mean you don't believe it? Oh my gosh, man. Oh my fucking God, bro. This is... I can't.
Economics, the sort of chastening lesson for policymakers was that even when you think the economy is doing well, you think people are being well served, if you're leaving a significant chunk behind, given the chance they will punish you, they'll punish the system, and you won't necessarily get a do-over.
People don't believe it because of Elon. Yeah, and Trump doesn't believe he lost the election against Joe Biden because of Soros. Like, what the fuck is the difference? It's either fucked or it's not, you know? Like, which one is it, guys? Women are not seen as equal. Well, I mean, Kamala is genocidal. Committed a genocide. And Hillary is like, oh, we're just learning about Hillary, right? Like, Hillary is very, she loves bombing the Middle East, Hillary. Hillary's a violent one.
Mayors have been taking center stage in the national spotlight lately, especially after the election of Zohran Mamdani in New York. In his first 6 months in office, Mamdani has managed to
Don't let that pantsuit fool you. Don't let that pantsuit fool you.
Expand access to universal childcare, fill 100,000 potholes, and propose a new tax targeting ultra-wealthy owners of second homes. Mayors, who are basically CEOs of their city, are lightning rods for hot-button topics for voters across the country, not just New York.
Affordable housing, senior housing.
My number one priority is public safety.
And lower the cost of affordable and temporary housing.
Build the safest, most affordable big city in America.
And in 2026, all eyes have been on the mayoral race of America's.
I really like to insult people. You don't know me, Miss Crayon. Is that like an American thing? What the fuck is that, guys? Can you explain to me what Miss Crayon is?
Second largest city, Los Angeles. Especially as Nithya Raman, a Democratic socialist like Mamdani, edged out reality TV star Spencer Pratt to become the candidate running against the sitting mayor.
Her supporters are backing her because they think she is revolutionary, a West Coast version of New York's new mayor, Mamdani.
This is going to be a very competitive race.
Mayor Bass in LA faces a lot of challenges.
Someone who's directly insulting me? Well, you're just like disagreeing with me. Donald Trump won the popular vote.
She didn't win the primary by more than 50%.
But realistically, LA may never get its own Mamdani, even if a city manages to vote in a version of him. And that may be by design. There's a lot that makes New York different from running LA. First, the budget. The New York mayor has a budget of $125 billion, while the LA mayor has a budget of under $15 billion. And that's because of the way the two cities are carved up. New York is basically a city-state made up of 5 boroughs, each representing its own county, with a population of 8.5.
Hold on. Oh my gosh. Okay. We gotta watch this. This is from The Onion. The title of the video is Bill Gates Invests in New Sex Trafficking Startup.
Betting big on a consent-free future. Recent filings have revealed that Bill Gates may be doing just that, as the billionaire has reportedly made a significant investment in a new child sex ring startup. The world-leading technologist and philanthropist has invested more than $100 million into a new venture, Preteen Labs, whose mission is to build more sustainable child sex trafficking resources for future generations. ONN Stephen Green has more.
The man who needs no introduction. From Microsoft to the Gates Foundation, Bill Gates has changed the world. An outspoken advocate for awareness on climate change, Gates is now offering his insight and investment to a brand new kind of company. This is Preteen Labs, a child sex trafficking startup that, according to their CEO, Jacob Stoller, is aimed at sustainability.
Cargo ships, private jets, private islands. This is one of the least eco-friendly industries out there, and we hope to change that.
And that's a goal Bill Gates can get behind, to the tune of $100 million.
Guys, there's a pedophile who is your president in America, okay? So what The Onion is doing here is a little bit of satire of American culture. This is how fucked up America really is.
A big investment he believes could make a big impact on trafficking's carbon footprint. But the even bigger question?
So what is it like having Bill Gates as a boss? Is he pretty hands-off?
Oh, no. He has lots of ideas.
Including widening access networks, eliminating age of consent laws entirely, and installing infrastructure in under-abducted parts of the world. The company already has plans to expand to Africa, South America, and soon maybe even the New York Stock Exchange.
Wall Street seems very interested by the concept, but this is about more than just making money. It's about our future, and if we fail to act now, our children may never have the opportunity to molest our children's children.
Oh my gosh.
ONN Stephen Green reporting, and the work doesn't stop there for Gates, who is already turning his attention toward his next venture, eradicating sexually transmitted diseases to prevent their spread to any of his future wives. Coming up.
Oh my God. Jesus, Onion, bro. All right, okay. Hold on. Let's watch. This interview was from yesterday. Dope Sticks shared it with me. It's Count Binface destroys Sky News interviewer.
Oh my goodness. A man with a bin on his head. And it's not the Tory candidate. Looks like something out of Star Wars. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, I better.
To talk to him.
No, I'm going to hand you back to. Oh, right. Okay.
You want to talk to me?
Yeah, go on then.
Go on then.
Right. What? Who are you?
My name. What kind of journalist is this? You don't know? Have a look.
I've got my list here.
Burnham.
No, I realise that. Oh, you're Count Binface, yeah?
There you go. You did go to journalism school. Excellent. Yes,
a long time ago.
I beg your pardon?
I said a long time ago.
Yeah. Oh, well, I wouldn't have known.
Why are you standing in this election? Just a stunt?
It's A, because it's happening. B, I was at a loose end. C, because I believe elected mayors should serve out their terms
Oh, yes, I did see that, boo-boo. I did see it.
Before they're eligible to stand for Parliament.
Oh, you've made a sensible serious political point there.
Well, no, you're supposed to be impartial, mate. So let me carry on. I'm going to rephrase the traffic lights on Liverpool Road. I'll price cap Wigan kebabs at £2. I'll make cyclists who disobey the highway code have to ride unicycles instead. And I will turn HS2 into FFS1 and reroute it.
Not going to swear, are you?
No. I'm perfectly. Although we are past the watershed, but don't worry.
No. We don't want you swearing, please.
I promise I won't. I'm a good boy. And no, but I'm going to reroute it through rail executives' homes. I'm going to build at least one affordable house. I mean, I could go on. What's Andy said he's going to do?
Oh, he said lots he's going to do, and he changes his mind from time to time.
Oh, he didn't know what Andy Burnham was going to implement. Great.
But anyway, are you going to save your deposit? Probably not.
No, in a word. But if I could beat the Tories, Or the Lib Dems. That would be quite funny.
Yeah, I suppose they wouldn't find it very funny, though, would they? How many votes do you think you're going to get?
Well, I'd be happy with one.
Do you live in the constituency?
I do tonight.
Well, it sounds as though you don't.
What, do you?
No, of course not. I don't live here, no.
So why should I?
Well, a lot of candidates like to boast that they're local. You're obviously not too concerned about that.
Well, I'm looking at the putative Prime Minister Nigel Farage. He spends more time in America than in Clacton. So why should...
You don't think Mr. Burnham's the putative Prime Minister, then?
Well, they both putatas, that they will be the next PM. But I think at least Andy feels like he's slightly local to the area. But that's something. If I was to win...
He used to be the MP for Lee, just not very far from here.
Exactly. If I win, I swear...
That's not going to happen.
Well, exactly. So I'm going to say, I swear I'll move to Makerfield if I win.
Okay, all right. I'm sure they'll all be delighted. Well, I'm sure there's other people who want to interview you. Thank you for talking to Sky News.
It's my pleasure. Well interviewed. Well done. Hello. It's the Manchester Evening News. That's a proper journalist.
Well, Anna, I think I got the short straw there.
Got a crowd of people watching that.
Bro, this guy didn't even know what hit him. He thinks he came out of that with like on a high, but he got smoked.
I mean, people were filming you interviewing Count Binface, and I'm afraid for me, you've lost your by-election king crown because you didn't know who he was, and everybody knows who Count Binface is. Let's be honest about it. But anyway, he's still there.
That was not a good interview for that guy.
Of course, I don't live in the area. Was the mantle? Go on, John.
Yeah. I was going to say I don't normally interview those sort of candidates, but I think you bullied me into doing that. Anyway, I'm going to hand back to you now.
Oh my gosh, that guy! I don't know if he understood the satire. He's just kind of like, oh, oh my gosh, bin face. I think this is where the UK is kind of like a unique place. You know, they do shit like this. It's great.
Million. LA, on the other hand,
Los Angeles County is 10 million people. There are
So where do you teach that insulting strangers on the internet is acceptable? I am in Princeville, Hawaii, moved from Richardson, Texas. How about you? Are you drinking? If you're drinking, stop, okay? Like, I know it's late. Just stop drinking. You sound like you've had too many wines.
Actually 88 cities within Los Angeles County. Obviously, the city of Los Angeles is the largest one of those. It's 40% of the county, 4 million people.
For example, people living in Beverly Hills
Kia ora,
or Santa Monica,
Studios,
which are part of LA County but not LA City, don't actually vote for the LA mayor.
There are times when you literally cross the city of Los Angeles and you find yourself in another city, and within 3 or 4 blocks you find yourself back in the city of Los Angeles. The 3 or 4 more blocks you find yourself in another different city.
So when it comes to tackling issues like homelessness, which span city and county lines, the mayor of LA faces a lot of roadblocks navigating between the city, the county, the state, independent agencies, and the federal government.
In New York, to solve homelessness, you need to deal with social services, with health, with housing, with public safety. All of those departments report to the mayor of New York. In Los Angeles, for the mayor to deal with homelessness, public health, half of housing belongs to another jurisdiction that they have no control over. And so for the mayor to develop a coherent homelessness policy, they have to cooperate tremendously with the feds in the state, just like in New York, but then with the county, a completely different jurisdiction, which New York doesn't have to do that.
Is it right to say that Mamdani is mogging the Democratic Party right now? Like the establishment Dems? I feel like Mamdani's doing well, but am I just thinking that? Is he doing it? Is he doing a good job? What's the word on the streets?
And this is just housing. Changing policies around education and transportation, and even raising tax revenue all require a council of decision makers, making it very hard for the mayor to make sweeping executive changes.
He might be your favorite politician of all time.
But a big part of this fragmentation may have been intentional. LA, in some ways, was designed to be the anti-New York.
You think he's great for an Arsenal fan?
As LA grew and you had so many migrants, not immigrants, but migrants from the East Coast arriving in the city of Los Angeles, they were pretty clear that they did not want to replicate the government that existed.
Does it make you guys kind of think, like, if a politician can be in there for such a short time and make all of those changes, like, in a positive way, like, is it true that the city's deficit has been completely wiped out? Like, is the deficit gone now? He's done a fair bit, right?
Existed in New York,
according
Chicago,
to his claims, yes,
etc.
This was the era of corrupt politicians, like boss William Tweed and his Tammany Hall. It led to the rise of the progressive movement, a period of social activism and political reform triggered by rapid industrialization, urbanization, and corrupt political machines.
They developed this new progressive system, and that was really decentralizing power and making sure that you couldn't have a central person who could ultimately become someone like a boss. So in New York, a boss Tweed or someone of that nature.
Setting up commissions to run departments, separating basic government functions away from the city so that the education system is run by one commission and the airport by another commission and water by another commission and so on. LA is a prime case of reform taken to extremes.
The charter led to the establishment of 15 council members representing different districts.
So this is Mamdani balanced NYC's budget and Republicans are hysterical opinion. So this is from USA Today. So I don't know. It's probably really biased. May 22nd. Conservatives are grasping at straws to find something to complain about because they know that New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani is not the scary socialist dictator they make him out to be. It seems that the Democratic Socialist Mayor of New York City is more effective at governing than many viewers on both sides of the aisle anticipated. Mayor Zoran Mamdani presented a new budget to the public on May 12th, announcing that he'd shrunk the deficit from $12 billion to zero through a combination of slimming down costs and assistance from Albany. Miraculously, he managed to do this without cutting government services, tapping into the city's rainy day fund, or raising property taxes as he threatened to do. This is a huge win for Mamdani and, by extension, National Democrats. He's doing his job and showing that progressive leadership won't actually tank the city. It's proof to every naysayer that he is no more than just a good public speaker, and it's infuriating those on the right. New York has a problem, and this latest fiscal foolishness is not making it better, Liz Peek, a contributor to The Hill, wrote in an op-ed. I understand where she's coming from. New York City comptroller Mark Levine, a Democrat and the person overseeing the city's finances, expressed concerns about the methods Mamdani is using to balance the budget and noted that the city is still spending more than it makes. Yet, I think conservatives are just mad that New York City isn't setting money on fire the way their president is nationally. Okay, how did Zoran Mamdani manage to balance New York City's budget? Through a combination of assistance from Democratic Governor Kathy Hochul, a proposal to delay payments to the city's pension funds, and the Pied Terre tax. I don't know what that is. Among other things, Mamdani was able to close the enormous deficit he inherited from Mayor Eric Adams' administration. Yet, conservatives are still finding reasons to complain about him. I actually want to see how many rich fucks have left New York because of Mamdani. I'm sure the number is much lower than what was being feared among... Oh, none of them left. I don't think there's any. I don't think there is any example of like a billionaire leaving New York. Not to mention the efforts of the DNC to silence third-party votes. They spent hundreds of millions to shut it down. Yeah. Yet conservatives are still finding reasons to complain about it. Manhattan Institute fellows Ken Girardin and John Ketchum wrote an op-ed for the New York Post complaining about the budget, noting that pension gimmicks and temporary fixes are no substitute for the sort of spending prioritization that comes from proper management. With all respect to Girardin and Ketchum, it seems they are glossing over the fact that balancing the budget was possible at all. They aren't wrong about the reliance on one-time fixes being an issue, but it highlights how Mamdani's broader promises to tax the rich are necessary to keep the city running. Ironically, federal Republicans are cutting crucial services while still adding $3.4 trillion to the national debt as they cater to President Donald Trump's every whim. Unrelated, Noisy, there is a community GIF that you can set up that supposedly helps the live and event. Oh, do you know which one it is? Please let me know, Trey, because I have no clue. Because that would be good. I really want us to do well as a community in this community one, because I don't take part in many of them. Well, I don't take part in any of them. This is the only one I can do without having to play those shitty games. As long as there's people in New York City, rich folk ain't leaving, unfortunately. Yeah. Why would you leave New York City if you're a billionaire? It doesn't make any sense. So the billionaires are paying a higher tax now, seriously asking if Mamdani is doing that. Yeah, I think he's... Thank you so much, Trey. Thank you. Conservatives are grasping at straws to find something to complain about. I'll check about the thing, because they know that Mamdani is not the scary socialist dictator. Okay. Turns out taxes can be good when you actually help people. Everyone loves to complain about the cost of living and the things funded by our taxes, even me. I have one-sided beef with the Metropolitan Transit Authority after waiting 30 minutes for the J train on a recent Saturday night. The city garden near my apartment is never open, and it's infuriating. I hate that New York City police officers always seem to be on their phones. It is my right as a taxpayer to whine about these things when given the opportunity. But our tax dollars keep this city running. We are helping people who are struggling to be able to get by in a city with an incredibly high cost of living by investing $4 billion in building affordable housing over the next 5 years. We're making sure our libraries have the newest books and offer programs that enrich the lives of the community members by spending $31.7 million. We're paying $200 million for bike and bus lanes. 100 blah blah. Okay. The fact that Mamdani was able to accomplish a balanced budget that still funds all of these things is pretty remarkable, given what he was working with. While I believe it is important to keep a critical eye on all government officials, and I hear the concerns about passing the buck, I also think that conservatives are just looking for something to be angry about. After all, Mamdani did exactly what he was supposed to do, and New York City didn't become a communist utopia. Imagine that. I mean, the deficit is mostly in local currency and is generally not an issue. It was an allocation of how it's used and sourced is the issue. Usually it's largely sourced from the working class instead of the capital owning class, then recycled capital back into the capital owners. I think they are about to open the city-run grocery stores, if I'm not mistaken. They're paying more on property. Oh, did he do the property tax thing? Mamdani NY tax increase. Oh, this is one. New York passes Mamdani's pied, I don't know how to say it, tax. Here's who pays and how much. New York City's new tax on second homes will more than double property taxes owed by many wealthy luxury apartment owners, according to tax experts. State lawmakers on Wednesday passed the tax on non-primary residences in order to help close the city's budget gap. The so-called pied à terre tax will be imposed on second homes valued at 1 million or more. It's expected to raise 500 million in revenue. Pay de te. Pay de te. I'm just happy he's doing good. Opening doors. Republican presidential candidates have won the white vote in every election since 1968. Since 2008, consistent range 55 to 59. Oh, there you go. So the majority of the white population in the U.S. vote for Republicans. Yo, Callum. Noisy, why don't you have a link for TreeFi donations? What's TreeFi? TreeFi donations? Amy, did you misspell something? Hey, Sammy, welcome. Details on the tax obtained by CNBC show that the property tax would take effect in 2 different phases. In the first 2 years, the tax years 2026 and 2027 and 2027-28, condos and co-ops valued at more than 1 million by the city's Department of Finance will be subject to tax. Properties worth between 1 million and 3 million will face a 4% annual tax. Properties valued at 3 million and 5 million will face a 5.25% tax, and those above 5 million will... Wow. This is a progressive wealth tax almost. It's like a progressive wealth tax? Oh my gosh. Did Mamdani just implement some sort of progressive tax system for property? Isn't that great? What's going on? Rather than overhaul the system immediately, the city will gradually update valuations and the tax according to the budget documents. Starting in the 2028-2029 tax year, the property values will be based on comparable sales. Since valuations will skyrocket, the tax rates will fall to compensate. Wow. Also free daycare. Yeah, free daycare too. After the valuation adjustments, properties worth between 5 million and 15 million will be subject to a tax rate of 0.8%. Properties between... Wow, man. This is incredible. He's going to raise another $500 million. And I'm guessing that $500 million will be used for people going to be fucking in NY. You never know though, right? When the mayor changes, it could all get fucked. But could actually raise a family now? Yeah. So that 500 mil will probably pay for that childcare thing. Because the childcare thing cannot be cheap. But this is positive. Isn't this positive? Am I just glazing Mamdani, or is this positive? A link tree. Yeah. I don't know. It's not. I work for my state's childcare agency. And guess what? The rich will still be rich. Yeah. Oh, yeah. They'll be very rich still. Maybe even richer, Scary, because more people will come to New York City. It's a step in the correct direction, though eventually capital owners will fight back and the working class organizing needs to gain momentum to keep going. We will never be able to tax them fairly. Yeah. It's a long process, isn't it? It feels like a long process. I might move back. I lived in NY for 28 years until I got priced out. I'm jealous of and ecstatic for New York City. I feel like people are gonna head to New York City in massive numbers. Mamdani is showing it can be done. Dems are pissed. I saw a really amazing tweet. Hold up. Someone asked if what Mamdani has done has had a real impact on their lives. And there was a tweet I saw by a lady who replied to it and spoke about their landlord doing maintenance on their apartment, and they were like, "Oh, maintenance hadn't been done for years, but because of the new rule updates, they did a maintenance check in their apartment or did maintenance to their apartment after a very long time." I thought that was pretty awesome. I thought that was really awesome to read, because that's the kind of shit that changes stuff, right? Those are the kinds of impactful things that make a difference. Like, people really feel that stuff. I'm treating Mamdani on. Mamdani is fucking up the bag for the politician grifter class. Oh, yeah. He's actually fucking it up for the Democrats. I think Mamdani is making the Democrats look bad. And I don't think the Democrats like that. Now their constituents extend to actually work. Yeah, exactly. I make sure to never bring up politicians. I wait until people bring them up. Mamdani gets brought up positively a lot. Oh, that's good. I'm treating Mamdani on a case-by-case basis, and for most of his actions, he's doing an awesome job. Nice. I don't like New York City getting good things, but I do hear people around me saying, we need a Mamdani here because the rent is so high. We need a Mamdani here. We need Shakira law in our city, okay? Implement that damn Shakira law. I need it right now. Give me Shakira right now. Mamdanistan, yeah. Mamdanistan. Show me your hips don't lie. It's so funny though. Like, all those people who are like, oh, Sharia law in New York. We don't want Sharia law in New York. Now are giving Mamdani's wife shit because she was wearing like a New York Knicks top and showing her arms and stuff. And she was like, and people are like, oh, look at this. Why is she dressing like this? Oh, why is she dressing like this? Come on, folks. Which is it? Do you want Shakira or do you not want Shakira?
Trump is a sex offender. Donald Trump is a sex offender.
Yeah, so the Aussies were saying, the Aussie boys, we're on a bender. Donald Trump is a offender.
Trump is a sex offender. We're on a bender. Donald Trump is a sex offender.
Freaking Aussies, eh? Aussie boys are on a bender. Na 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 na. Maggie's in a box, in a box. Maggie's in a box. Absolute gems. Na 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 na. Maggie's in a box, in a box. Maggie's in a box. Oh, Marcy, of course.
So there we are.
These games need to be over. The visitors are going to get heart disease. Nightmare. That happened to Michelle Obama when she was in the White House. I was watching in YouTube and had to run for my phone to thank you. Nice, Marcy. Of course. In a box. Maggie's in a box. Na 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 na. Oh, did you guys see this? Pauline Hanson. Oh, no. So Pauline Hanson was speaking. Yeah, Pauline Hanson's National Press Club address was interrupted by a sign which was quickly torn down by staff. So someone pranked Pauline Hanson.
Of the 4,400 people surveyed, 19% said they'd eaten food from a roast bin in the past 12 months.
Trump made Bridget Macron uncomfortable. Oh my gosh, I saw that picture, right? Oh my gosh.
60% said they'd eaten expired or spoiled food. 9 of the 4,400 people surveyed.
This was so good. This was so good.
19% said they'd eaten food from a roast bin in the past 12 months.
Did Netanyahu actually have prostate cancer? I think he did, yeah. Also political, hello. Kia ora, welcome. Hey, Alliance. Pure Gold. Look at some of the people laughing. Yeah, because it was coming down so slowly, man. How the heck did they not see that thing? It was making its way down so slowly. My goodness. Oh, dude. So good. So good. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that Donny Boy's Donald Trump's photo with the French lady. Where did I see it? Na 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 na. Lizzie's in a box, Lizzie's in a box. Oh, sorry, Maggie's in a box. You're watching World Cup? Yeah. Well, just the highlights. I'm catching the highlights every now and then. I'm not watching the games. Okay, I can't find that. Let me try and find the Trump. Oh man, I saw it. Trump picture. Macron wife. This is real? There is no way. Is this real? That's real. It's real. Oh my gosh. This is the moment, I think. This is the moment when it happens.
Please, Mr. President. Mr. Trump. Mr. Trump. Mr. President. Mr. Trump, please. President Trump.
Please, I can't formulate. Oh, he's sunsetting. God help us. I want to see. Oh my gosh. What on earth is happening with Donnie? He's not having a good time, is he? Oh, Donnie. Okay. Donnie is just so Oh my gosh, yuck. Remember Epstein didn't offer him hide your wives and daughters. Trump is a wear my hug at type of guy. Yeah, he's a hugger for sure. Zero Riz. Zero Riz. Oh no! Andy Burnham plans to keep Shabana Mahmood as Home Secretary. No! Oh, Andy Burnham is basically fucking... Oh my gosh. He's Keir Starmer 2.0, everybody. Andy Burnham. So sad. So sad, man. Holy shit. The joke on TikTok is USA has a team. We thought we were just hosting. Who are the players? Yeah. Oh, and now the American White House, the White House is like trying to claim it, and they're like, "Oh, see, America, so awesome." But if Trump's rules went through, a few of the players who were naturalized citizens, I think, wouldn't have citizenship anymore. Like, it's insane. Watch Burnham crash and fail. UK Labour's fucked here. Dopey Donnie. How good is Donnie? He's just such a dumbass, eh? Like, man, I have no words. The guy is just so over the top and so ridiculous with his behavior. You can't take anything he does seriously, but then he's the most powerful leader in the world. He can fuck things up in a second, and he has. I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know what to tell you. Okay. All right. Can we raid somebody? Is there anyone on right now who is who we can raid who has a small amount of followers? Oh, Jess, thank you so much. Thank you for the resub. Thank you, Jess. Thank you for the sub. Struggle 4? Yeah. Nah, let's do Struggle 4. It's all good. You guys would like Struggle 4 as well. You and your wife can adopt me. Take me with you, Noisy. Oh my gosh. The 7-day forest. Thank you so much for your time. Have a nice evening. Oh, thank you. That's your first comment as well. The seventh day for the seventh day of rest. Oh, seventh day of rest. Thank you so much. Thank you. That was your first chat too. How nice. How nice. Your first chat is thank you so much for your time. Have a nice evening. Wow. Thank you so much, everybody. Thank you so much. Hey, and yes, good to catch you too. This is like my third account in the last 12 months here. Have you ever watched Back to the Future? He's Biff, the literal inspiration. Yeah. No, I agree. I agree, Jess. I'm so sorry. I know. Since I started streaming only at night, I think I've abandoned a few people. Yes, he's totally Biff. Yeah. Later, Noisy. I DM'd you on Discord. I'll check, Orpheus. Thank you so much. Are we getting ready for our live together, Orpheus? Are we doing this? Is this happening? Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you so much for all your support. Enjoy Struggles live. Struggles awesome. Struggles awesome. And yeah, I'll catch you all soon. Take care. In 3, 2, 1. Enjoy. Enjoy, enjoy, enjoy. I'll catch you all soon. Kakite, everybody. Kakite po Marie. Good night. And I will catch you all soon as well. Catch you all soon, TikTok, Kakite po Marie. I'll see you soon. And YouTube, Kakite po Marie. I will see you all. Kakite is goodbye, and po Marie is good night in Maori, in Te Reo Maori. Kakite, everybody. Free Palestine. Take care.